drugs. Hail Satan. He do drugs. Hail Satan. Hail Satan.
Good morning, friends. For those of you on the West Coast with me, it is still morning. I hope we're all doing well today. I know things have been a little bit crazy, but I'm hopefully here to make everything a little bit more easy to digest. Like I said, I know things have been a little nuts. Oh, my camera's not on for some reason. Boop, boop. Ah, there we go. Howdy, everybody. Oh, alright. We are certainly going through it. Things have been a little crazy. Hello, hello. Any actual live streams? Like, from on... What do you mean by that? Hello, June. Thank you for sub. Of today's protests? I can find one. If you find one and you can link it to me, in the... I have a Discord server linked down below, and also with exclamation point Discord. There is a news current events channel there. If you can link me stuff, I will go through those links. I have some stuff to look at right now. I'm gonna go through a couple of articles and a couple of videos. Some stuff that I saw on social media, things like that. And then I do want to try to cover live streams of today's on-the-ground coverage. I've been trying to like gather information the last day or so. I've still been a little bit sick, so I didn't want to jump on this yesterday. But with everything that's been happening, obviously, I think we have heard. Unfortunately, ICE has killed another person. One who was legally carrying a firearm, and now that is being used as evidence for the fact that they deserve to get shot. This has caused a stir in even more conservative circles. I mean, when you're talking about the right to bear arms, obviously they're very ready to jump on that. Alright, let's throw on something a little less intense so that we can... Alright. Howdy, Wonder. Yeah, things have been a little bit crazy. But that's why we're here, to make this news a little more digestible for all of us. Things have been crazy, but we are not powerless. So let us learn what we can so that we are better prepared. Why is this not sizing properly now? There we go. Okay. Most of the lurking? Yeah, no problem. You're busy. Yeah, fuck ICE. Absolutely. Obviously, I'm not even a super huge supporter of the right to bear arms, but the fact that this administration is now going against that, even, is ridiculous to me. Like, that is supposed to be something that their party holds near and dear. And that is what I wanted to talk about first. So from the Star Tribune, which has been doing awesome on the ground coverage, has been doing lots of coverage from Minnesota, because this is a paper from Minnesota. Close that out a little bit. Yeah. Members of their family are publicly disowning them. Like the people that were shot? I hadn't heard that. God, Greg Bovino looks so fucking bad. He looks like he's melting. Bro needs a nap. And I hope he never gets it. Alright. Video witnesses contradict critical claims of federal officials in Pretty shooting. Oh, the members of ICE members in general. Yeah, I would imagine. I'm not going to show the videos. I'm not going to show the video. If you want to go and find, there are videos of them everywhere. Of Alex Preddy getting shot, of Renee Good being shot. You can find the videos of these and other shootings by ICE agents. I'm not going to show the violence directly on stream. If you want to go watch that, you can. I've seen them. I'm sure by now you have as well. It's been pretty unavoidable. Federal officials on Saturday, January 24th, offered a forceful account of the fatal shooting of Alex Jeffrey Preddy, a 37-year-old Minneapolis resident who was killed by federal agents during immigration enforcement activity in South Minneapolis. But several of the central claims made by federal officials remain unverified and are contradicted in part by video and witness accounts. Border Patrol Commander Greg Bovino and Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem, speaking hours apart, described the shooting as a justified act of self-defense during a violent encounter with an armed man intent on harming law enforcement. Bovino spoke at a local news conference from the Whipple Federal Building at Fort Snelling, while Noem delivered her remarks from the Federal Emergency Management Agency headquarters in Washington, D.C., later in the afternoon. A review of over half-dozen video taken from different angles, including footage recorded by bystanders, videos from inside nearby businesses, and clips captured from across the street, along with eyewitness accounts and statements from local officials, complicates that narrative and leaves several assertions unsupported by publicly released evidence. Claim: Freddie approached agents with intent to carry out mass violence. Bovino said federal agents were conducting a targeted operation about 9:05 a.m. when Freddie approached Border Patrol officers while armed. During this operation, an individual approached U.S. Border Patrol agents with a 9mm semi-automatic handgun, Bovino said. What we know. Video confirms Freddie was present near the operation. The footage does not show him pointing a firearm, attempting to fire a weapon, or advancing towards agents with the gun raised. He is instead captured holding a cell phone, appearing to record. Bovino then asserted motive. This looks like a situation where an individual wanted to do maximum damage and massacre law enforcement, he said. Noem repeated the claim later Saturday. Federal officials have released no evidence supporting claims about Freddie's intent. Under Minnesota law, carrying a handgun in public is legal with a permit, and law enforcement sources said Freddie was a lawful gun owner. Intent cannot be determined from the publicly available video. The NRA got pissed off that the trans shouldn't be allowed to use their own firearms thing. Oh yeah, no, I mean, if the NRA actually gives a shit about what they're supposed to stand for, they should be furious about this, because holding, like, whether or not you agree with the right to bear arms, it is a right that Americans have. It is a right, if you are legally licensed to own that weapon and carry it, there is no reason to assume that just having that weapon is an intent to cause harm. He was allowed to have that weapon. He was licensed. He was a veteran. He was, like, all of the things. But again, this is a man that lost his proximity to whiteness. He lost his proximity to safety and power because he chose to stand against power. It's literally their reason to exist. Exactly. This is like, if anything, this should be the NRA jumping on. And I actually have an article here. The NRA is pissed off. I'm gonna grab my water cup real quick. I left it in the other room. Alright. The right in general dislikes veterans if they aren't rich, yeah, for sure. They're supposed to like them, though. That's supposed to be their thing. Bovino said the agents attempted to disarm the individual, but he violently resisted. It didn't look like that to me. It looked like they took his gun and then executed him on the street. Noem echoed that account, saying agents feared for their lives and for the lives of their fellow officers. Multiple videos show Freddie apparently recording federal agents as they shove a woman, then placing his body between the woman and agents as she is pushed. Agents then shove another woman into a snowbank. An agent sprays Freddie at close range with a chemical irritant. A brief struggle follows, ending with Freddie on the ground beneath several agents. The footage does not show Freddie attempting to draw or use a firearm. Before the shooting, an agent in a gray jacket leans over the top of Freddie and pulls out of the scrum with a gun in one hand. It's unclear whose firearm it is, but it resembles a weapon that the DHS said that they recovered from Freddie. Noem said during her remarks that Freddie also had no ID. Excuse me. None of the over half a dozen videos reviewed show federal agents asking Freddie for identification at any point during the encounter. The footage shows a rapid escalation, beginning with agents shoving civilians, followed by the use of chemical irritant on Freddie and a physical struggle without any visible attempt to question him or request identification. Federal authorities have not explained how or when they determined Freddie did not have identification. Excuse me. I'm gonna mute real quick. IDs and passports are getting erased. Awesome. I know that laws are currently being thrown around. I think something passed the House recently while we've all been focused on this that would potentially ban trans people in the US who have gotten their legal name changed from voting, which is wild. At least unless they had like a valid passport. Maybe one that has, because I think you can't get your legal name changed on your passport. I don't know what it is. What's up? If you've gotten, according to June, if you've gotten a passport previously, you cannot change your name or your gender marker on it. So if you update your social security records. Yeah, if you update your social security records, it won't match your passport and therefore would bar you from voting. I have. Yeah. So if you are trans and have changed your legal name through your social security, get yourself a valid passport to use as identification. Otherwise, you might be barred from voting. At least in the upcoming election. So it's important to also please make sure that you're registered to vote for the midterms. There is still time to double check on that. Please do take care to make sure that you are registered. Make your voice known. White cis people that were born in the continental US, it seems like a mistake. Yeah. That's crazy. Just total incompetence. I mean, that's what happens when you fucking let a bunch of fucking teenagers in on everybody's information. And you run through the DHS with a fucking chainsaw. Thanks, Elon. This is going real great. Bovino said medical aid was promptly provided. No one repeated that assertion. Video shows Preddy motionless on the ground as agents retreat and the scene escalates. Authorities have not released body camera footage, dispatch logs, or a detailed timeline showing when medical aid began. A pediatrician who said they lived near the scene of the shooting and ran outside as soon as shots were fired asked ICE agents if they could assess Preddy, according to court records. Agents asked to see the pediatrician's physician's license, which they did not have, and agents would not let them through. The pediatrician said no agents were performing CPR on Preddy or checking for pulse. Because they don't know how. They're all idiots. They're idiots who aren't trained. And if they are trained, they wanted him to die. After asking again, an agent allowed them to approach and assess Preddy. The pediatrician did not feel a pulse and began compressions until emergency medical personnel arrived, according to court records. Sorry. Alright, I just did some sinus blasting. Hopefully that should clear me up for a little bit. Grabbed acetaminophen as well. I'm really on the tail end of this sickness. I don't feel bad, but as soon as I start talking, it all like gums up. Which is like my fucking job right now, so obviously that sucks. Big Germ is trying to fucking silence me. They don't want me talking about this. Alright. Protesters violently assaulted officers, including biting off an agent's finger? Noam described the aftermath as a violent riot and made a specific allegation. We saw objects being thrown at them and even an HSI officer agent's finger was bitten off, she said, referring to a Homeland Security Investigations agent. Federal officials released an image of the bloodied finger minus its tip on social media. Video and eyewitness accounts show protesters chanting, blocking streets with dumpsters and patio furniture, and setting at least one dumpster on fire. Minnesota State Patrol officers arrested at least 2 people who crossed police tape. Tear gas and flashbangs were deployed as officers pushed crowds back. I hope whoever took that fucking fingertip swallowed it. Or rather, I hope they didn't swallow it. It might make them fucking sick. You don't want to eat rancid pig meat. That's a good theory, Rain. Just abusing their pet and the pet bit their fucking finger off and they're trying to blame it on people. These fucking pig-shaped spousal abusers. Somebody I think on some more news the other day that was in like one of their guests, I think, called them like Honda Nissan Cube shaped spousal abusers, and I've been reveling. Noam accused Governor Tim Walz and Mayor Jacob Frey of encouraging attacks on law enforcement and protecting criminals. They want chaos, Noam said, accusing state and city leaders of encouraging residents and violent rioters to resist. Walz and Frey publicly criticized the federal operation and called for it to end, but both have also urged Minnesotans to remain peaceful. Neither has called for violence. Walz condemned the shooting and asked for calm while urging federal authorities to leave Minnesota. Frey similarly called for peaceful protest while questioning the continuation of the federal operation. Noam provided no evidence that either leader encouraged the operation, encouraged assault on officers. Excuse me. At a separate news conference on Saturday afternoon, Frey questioned the federal presence. How many more residents and how many more Americans need to die or get badly hurt for this operation to end? Frey said. Hey June, could I grab a cup of tea? Would that be okay? Just something to like clear my sinuses, if you can. Maybe some honey. That would be awesome. You're literally my angel. I was about to say Cybertruck shape, but having outlines that defined seems unlikely, actually. At a separate news conference on Saturday afternoon, Frey questioned the federal presence. How many more residents, how many more Americans need to die or get badly hurt for this operation to end, Frey said. Federal authorities have not offered evidence when they became aware that Preddy was armed, how agents determined his intent, or why lethal force escalated after he was already on the ground. No body camera footage has been released. Preddy has no serious criminal history, according to law enforcement records. Preddy's family released a statement sharply disputing the federal government's description of the encounter, saying it misrepresents their son's actions in the moments before he was killed. In the statement, his parents described Preddy as a compassionate and service-oriented person who worked as an intensive care nurse at the Minneapolis VA hospital, caring for military veterans. They said he was trying to protect a woman who had been shoved by agents and was holding his phone, not a weapon, when he was confronted. The sickening lies told about our son by the administration are reprehensible and disgusting, the family said. They urged the public to closely examine the video evidence and get the truth out about what happened. Things are again getting so bad out here that, like, Charlie, like, Moist Critical is making political videos about this shit, saying, like, they want you to not believe your lying eyes and instead believe what the Ministry of Truth is trying to tell you. And he's totally fucking right. I don't see eye to eye with Charlie on everything. But, I mean, he is supposedly the based internet guy that a lot of these fucking chuds look up to. So I hope that turns some heads. Ugh. Thank you everybody who followed while I was talking. Oh, I see Princess Reese is out there. Thank you so much for following, Princess. You're beautiful. But you already knew that. Alright. I have another couple of, I think it's worth, pulling up this one here from The Hill. Federal judge blocks the DHS from destroying or altering evidence after the fatal Minneapolis shooting. Crazy that they just have to, you know, say that. A federal judge in Minnesota late Saturday blocked the Department of Homeland Security from destroying or altering evidence after a man was shot and killed by a Customs and Border Patrol agent in South Minneapolis. In a late-night order, United States District Court Judge Eric C. Tostrad, an appointee of President Trump, issued a temporary restraining order inhibiting the agency from destroying or altering evidence related to the fatal shooting involving federal officers that took place in or around 26th Street and Nicollet Avenue in Minneapolis on January 24, 2026. The lawsuit, brought forth by the Minnesota Bureau of Criminal Apprehension and Hennepin County Attorney's Office alongside the Minnesota Attorney General Office, was filed against DHS, Immigration and Customs Enforcement, CBP, and the U.S. Border Control. Earlier Saturday, BCA Superintendent Drew Evans said the state's safety agency was shut out of an investigation into the fatal shooting of 37-year-old Alex Preddy. "We're in uncharted territory here," Evans said at a press conference. "It's been a long-standing understanding, both within our state and across the country, that entitles the entities like the BCA that conduct 80+% of officer-involved shootings across the United States are asked to do these investigations of federal agents involved in officer-involved shootings," he continued, noting others outside of the state have blocked the agency's involvement in any investigation. The Hill reached out to the BCA, Hennepin County Attorney's Office, and the Minnesota Attorney General's Office. Attorney General Keith Ellison, in a statement after the judge's Saturday night ruling, called for a full, impartial, and transparent investigation into the incident. Alex Preddy was killed by DHS agents in broad daylight in front of all of our eyes. Both the rule of law and the sense of justice we all carry within us demand a full, fair, and transparent investigation into his death, Ellison said. "We will not settle for less. Tonight's ruling protects that investigation by barring federal agents from altering or destroying any evidence they captured involving the fatal shooting of Alex." In a statement to The Hill, DHS Assistant Secretary Tricia McLaughlin said that any claim the federal government would destroy evidence is a ridiculous attempt to divide the American people and distract from the fact that our law enforcement officers were attacked and their lives were threatened yesterday, which I don't believe at all. "We are actively investigating this matter and will continue to do so as we do for any officer-involved shooting," she added. DHS eagerly awaits any effort from Minnesota to help our officers arrest criminal aliens in the meantime. Yeah, we have investigated ourselves, and we have found that we did nothing wrong, shockingly. Crazy. A hearing will be held Monday afternoon on Saturday's restraining order. This is not the first time state and local agencies have been excluded from federal investigations in Minnesota. Earlier this month, after an ICE officer fatally shot 37-year-old Renee Good in Minneapolis. After Good's killing, the BCA, including other state and local law enforcement agencies, were shut out of an investigation into the incident. Our office has jurisdictions to review this matter for potential criminal conduct, by the federal agents involved, and we will do so, Hennepin County Attorney Mary Moriarty said Saturday after filing the suit. This collaborative lawsuit is just one of the many actions our office is taking to ensure that a thorough and transparent investigation can be completed at the state level. I thought we were all about states' rights. I don't know, I haven't been looking, but I saw the fucking National Guard rolled in yesterday, which is fucking scary. And we have no idea if they're on the side of the people or if they're on the side of the state. And I think it's important to remind these people that they took a fucking oath, and it's against all enemies, foreign and domestic. The right are supposed to be against federal overreach. They're supposed to be for small government, but this doesn't fucking seem like it, does it? Turns out it was always a good question to ask. States' rights to do what, butt? States' rights to do what, motherfucker? States' rights to do what? Alright. I wanted to pull up... I have a left-leaning and a right-leaning paper here covering the same story, because I thought this one was one that required a little bit more nuance. Gun rights groups fiercely criticized top LA federal prosecutor for response to Minneapolis shooting. Los Angeles' top federal prosecutor, Bill Asaley, faced fierce criticism from gun rights groups after posting officers are likely justified in shooting anyone approaching with a firearm. Alex Jeffrey Preddy, a lawful gun owner, was shot dead by federal immigration officers in Minneapolis on Saturday. After receiving backlash, Asaley clarified he meant aggressively approaching officers, not lawful concealed carriers. Top LA federal prosecutor Bill Asaley faced blistering criticism from gun rights groups, including the NRA, after he posted on X Saturday about the fatal shooting of a U.S. citizen in Minneapolis by federal immigration officers. Asaley, the first assistant U.S. attorney for the General District of California, wrote, "If you approach law enforcement with a gun, there is a high likelihood they will be legally justified in shooting you." Alex Jeffrey Preddy, a 37-year-old intensive care unit nurse at a Department of Veterans Affairs hospital, was believed to be a lawful gun owner with a permit to carry, according to Minneapolis Police Chief Brian O'Hara. Bystander videos show Preddy holding a phone, but nothing appearing to be a weapon appeared in those that circulated in the hours after the shooting. In response to Asaley's tweet, the NRA posted on X, "This sentiment from the first assistant U.S. attorney for the Central District of California is dangerous and wrong." The post continued, "Responsible public voices should be awaiting a full investigation, not making generalizations and demonizing law-abiding citizens." After receiving significant backlash, Asaley accused another gun rights organization of adding words to mischaracterize my statement. "I never said it's legally justified to shoot law-abiding concealed carriers," he posted on X. "My comment addressed agitators approaching law enforcement with a gun and refusing to disarm. My advice stands. If you value your life, do not aggressively approach law enforcement while armed. If they reasonably perceive a threat and you fail to immediately disarm, they are legally permitted to use deadly force." A spokesperson for the U.S. Attorney's Office in LA referred the Times to Asaley's post on X, clarifying what he initially said. He declined further comment. Governor Gavin Newsom joined in the criticism, writing on X, "Wow, even the NRA thinks Trump's DOJ stooge in California has gone too far for claiming federal agents were legally justified to kill Alex Preddy." Earlier, a Second Amendment. I've never been an abolish ICE supporter, but the last couple weeks have put me close for sure. I think you really should be paying attention, because if, for real, if they are killing white women in the street, if they are killing white men in the street for having a gun, they can come after anybody. The minute that we allow ICE, masked federal agents paid by the state, to roll up and just take people off of the streets with no proof that they have done anything wrong, all of your rights are gone. That could be you. And I think it's a little bit unfortunate that we have to say it could be you, because we should be able to see that, right? We should be able to understand the plight of someone who isn't us. But sometimes that's difficult for people. Sometimes it's hard for us to understand because they've been coming for black and brown people for years with no proof generally, and just breaking apart families, stuffing them in prisons, and then deporting them to countries that aren't even the right ones most of the time. Just important to remember that, like, we kind of expected that. It sucks to say, but white people kind of expected that. We didn't think it was going to be us. But now, you really need to reckon with the fact that, like, these agents are... They don't care about your rights. They don't care about your citizenship status. And if you get in their way, you lose your proximity to power. You lose your proximity to whiteness, and they will get you too. And in fact, you are probably more dangerous to them as a white person who is not supporting them, who is going against their narrative. And they will kill you. Earlier, a Second Amendment lobbying group, Gun Owners of America, also criticized Saley. We condemn the untoward comments of U.S. Attorney Saley. Federal agents are not highly likely to be legally justified in shooting concealed carry licensees who approach while lawfully carrying a firearm, the group posted on X. The Second Amendment protects Americans' right to bear arms while protesting, a right the federal government must not infringe upon. Saley's post received a community note, a crowdsourced fact check, noting that the U.S. Constitution, particularly the 2nd, 4th, and 14th Amendments, prohibit officers from shooting citizens merely for possessing a weapon that is not an imminent threat. The shooting drew a large crowd of protesters in a city that already seen widespread demonstrations after the fatal shooting of by an Immigrations and Customs Enforcement officer of 37-year-old Renee Nicole Good on January 7th. Saley, a former Riverside County Assemblyman, was appointed as the region's interim top federal prosecutor by U.S. Attorney General Pam Bondi last April. Since taking office, he has doggedly pursued the President Trump's agenda, championing hardline immigration enforcement in Southern California, often using the president's language verbatim at news conferences. Here's another stooge. Yeah, and again, I don't really side with the NRA. I'm not even really a particularly strong supporter of the Second Amendment. But in this specific case, if the state is going to be using violence against its citizens, if the state is going to be using violence, then they cannot have a monopoly on it. I believe that if they are going to be coming after us with guns, we should be allowed to have them. That's just the truth. And that is what is happening. They are coming after us in the streets. If you stand up to them, if you stand up to power, they want to scare white people right now. That is their number one goal, I think, is to scare white people into not standing up against them and not getting in their way. Because there are more of us than there are of them. They want you to stay home and just stay away from all of this when you should be out in the streets. I mean, this is the closest we've gotten to class consciousness in a long time. I truly think that, like, with moves like this, calling people that are just carrying weapons domestic terrorists and armed agitators, like, this is gonna make them lose the mandate of heaven here. Like, the average white guy is not gonna stand for this shit. And that's their biggest base. We need to make them ashamed to to be a jackbooted thug that works for the federal government. We need to make sure that these people are ashamed to be a part of this project. They've been targeting minorities because they've always been terrified about going against peer or more numerous groups, for sure. It's easier. It's easier to do because they are, like, historically minority groups have less power. I've also grabbed here a coverage of the same story of the NRA statement from a right-leaning source. So this is what the right is saying about it from Newsweek. I think this is a right-leaning source. It was either the other way. I think it was one of the other way. Might be center leaning. I don't know. The National Rifle Association criticized comments by a senior federal prosecutor warning that approaching law enforcement with a gun could justify a fatal police response, saying such statements risk demonizing law-abiding citizens as the nation reels from the killing of a man in Minneapolis by a U.S. border agent. The NRA was responding to remarks by Bill Asaley, the first assistant U.S. attorney for the Central District of California, who said that if you approach law enforcement with a gun, there is a high likelihood they will be legally justified in shooting you, adding, "Don't do it." In a statement, the gun rights group called that view dangerous and wrong, urging public officials to refrain from broad generalizations and to wait for the outcome of a full investigation into Alex Preddy's death. The organization has also spoken out against radical progressive politicians like Tim Walz, accusing them of inciting violence against law enforcement officers who are simply trying to do their job. Newsweek has contacted Asaley and the NRA via email outside of normal working hours for comment. If the NRA starts openly protesting, it's going to be tense because they will bring firearms and will show up in large groups. Yeah, absolutely. I saw it posted around. It should not be controversial. It should not be hard for Democrats to just, no caveats, say that immigration is actually awesome. Immigrants are awesome and they make this country as cool as it is. Because I truly believe that. I thought we were supposed to be proud of the Great American Melting Pot, regardless of that, whether or not that's a myth, right? Regardless of whether or not the melting pot is even a thing. I thought that was supposed to be a point of pride, that America was made up of immigrants. I thought that was supposed to be something that we were proud of because we were a nation of people that all came here to live here together in harmony. Regardless of whether or not that's entirely true. That's supposed to be a point of American pride, and it pisses me off that all of a sudden the narrative is flipped. Because we don't like them. Because we need a target in order to be able to enforce this fucking Gestapo that is marching through the streets of an American city, kidnapping American citizens, and sending them to fucking concentration camps. Because that's what's happening. The comments highlight tensions between a prominent guns rights advocates and federal officials over when armed presence in public meets legal thresholds for deadly force. It comes after 37-year-old Alex Jeffrey Preddy was shot and killed by federal immigration officers on Saturday in Minneapolis. This is the second fatal shooting involving federal officers in the city within weeks. 37-year-old Renee Nicole Good was killed by an Immigration and Customs Enforcement officer, Jonathan Ross, on January 7th. There have been widespread daily protests in the Twin Cities since. Good. You know, don't let these fuckers get away with this. Because if they get away with it here in Minneapolis, they're gonna try it in other places. Important reminder, Minneapolis... Minneapolis is one of the major population centers in a swing state. And if they can do this, if they can spread fear and just fucking march in to control the narrative, to control the people, to make the people fear for their fucking lives in this place, they're gonna do it in Philadelphia. They're gonna do it in Phoenix. Continue to use their names. Don't let them be anonymous. Don't let them fucking get away with this. Know who they are, remember who they are, and hold them accountable to the fullest extent of the law. I'm not trying to advocate for violence here, right? But if they're going to use violence, we can't let them have a monopoly on it. We need to hold these people accountable because they cannot exist in polite society. Any group of people that will kidnap a child and then use that child as bait to attempt to steal their parents, kidnap them, and send them off to a fucking concentration camp. Anyone involved in that decision who doesn't seriously stop and reconsider their position, they are not allowed in polite society. They have lost that right. Pay attention to the things that are actually happening, see with your eyes, listen with your ears, and then compare it to what the fucking state is trying to tell you. A bar that allows Nazis to show up and doesn't kick them out becomes a Nazi bar. And we are not, there are no fucking Nazis in this bar. This is America. This is supposed to be the country that kicked the fuck out of the Nazis. Break their fucking teeth. Do not let them exist in our spaces. Kick the fucking Nazis out of this bar. Saley has shared a post from the DHS about Saturday's shooting with the caption, "If you approach law enforcement with a gun, there is a high likelihood you will be legally justified in shooting you. Don't do it." The NRA responded, "This sentiment from the first assistant U.S. attorney for the General District of California is dangerous and wrong. Responsible public voices should be waiting a full investigation, not making generalizations and demonizing law-abiding citizens." Similarly, Gun Owners of America, a gun rights advocacy and lobbying organization, replied to a Saley's post, saying it condemns the untoward comments. The Second Amendment protects Americans' right to bear arms while protesting, a right the federal government must not infringe upon, the organization added. Saley hit back, saying the group was adding words to mischaracterize his statement. "I never said it's legally justified to shoot law-abiding concealed carriers. My comment addressed agitators approaching law enforcement with a gun and refusing to disarm," he said. "My advice stands. If you value your life, do not aggressively approach law enforcement while armed," Saley added. "If they reasonably perceive a threat and you fail to immediately disarm, they are legally permitted to use deadly force." Department of Homeland Security spokesperson Tricia McLaughlin said in a statement that on Saturday, federal officers were conducting an operation as part of Trump's administration's immigration crackdown and fired defensive shots after a man with a handgun approached them and violently resisted when officers tried to disarm him. The officers who shot Preddy is an 8-year-old Border Patrol veteran, or 8-year Border Patrol veteran, federal officials said. In a bystander video obtained by the AP, protesters can be heard blowing whistles and shouting profanities at agents on Nicollet Avenue. The video shows an officer shoving a person wearing a brown jacket who reaches for a man and the two embrace. The officer shoves the man in his chest and the two fall back. The video then shows 3 officers surrounding the man, soon growing to at least 7 officers. One officer appears on the man's back, while another strikes him in the chest. As officers try to bring the man's arms behind his back, he appears to resist. An officer with a canister strikes the man near his head several times. The shot rings out, though it's not clear where it came from. Multiple officers back off after the shot, more shots are heard, and the man lies motionless on the street. The NRA on a post on X, "For months, radical progressive politicians like Tim Walz have incited violence against law enforcement officers who are simply trying to do their jobs. Unsurprisingly, these calls to dangerously interject oneself into legitimate law enforcement activities have ended in violence, tragically resulting in injuries and fatalities. As there is with any officer-involved shooting, there will be a robust and comprehensive investigation that takes place to determine if the use of force was justified. As we await these facts and to gain a clearer understanding, we urge the political voices to lower the temperature to ensure the constituents and law enforcement officers stay safe." Yeah, I'm not gonna... I mean, we can read the fucking Truth Social post. Ugh. Yeah, fucking Trump doesn't tweet anymore, he truths. It's important, keep your eyes on this shit. I know it's really fucking frustrating, and it's really hard to keep your eyes on all of this. But please do. It's important. It is your civic duty to stay informed. It is your civic duty to go out and fucking vote when time comes for that. To understand that this sort of shit is not okay. This is supposed to be the kind of thing that we are against. These people cannot get away with this. Like, the people in power are doing everything they can to tell you that your lying eyes and ears are not telling the truth. Liked this a lot. Pete Hegseth posting how-to graphic on avoiding ICE after agent fatally shot a man in Minneapolis. Reading, 1, don't be here illegally. 2, don't attack ICE officers. And 3, obey state and federal laws. All of these things, fun fact, all of these things are things that both of the people that recently got shot are doing. They are obeying state and federal laws. They are not attacking ICE officers, regardless of what the fucking Ministry of Truth might want you to say. And don't be here illegally, both of them are American citizens. You should not be able to just walk up on someone and demand their papers. That's... I mean, if you want to fucking freak out a Republican, that's communism, right? Is it? I thought we didn't like that. I thought we didn't like the state just being able to roll up on you and ask you for your fucking papers. And of course, this has got to be some AI-generated bullshit. It's what they think communism is, right? Yeah, that's what I'm saying. No. I pay attention to all this. This is all stuff, and this is stuff that if they get away with it here, it's going to spread. It's going to be used to suppress, especially in other sanctuary cities. Because they've already said that those places are targets. And I mean, not for nothing, but the place that I come from, I moved recently, but the city that I'm from is a sanctuary city. It's a smaller one. It's not as on the thing, but we got Pete Hegseth came there. I think it was Pete Hegseth came to this and did his fucking rigmarole. We the people should be against this. Objectively, we should be against this shit. We shouldn't allow the state to get away with this stuff. Protect your fellow citizens. Protect your fucking neighbors. You know, all of this shit is happening in your backyard too, and it's the focus is on Minneapolis right now, but I doubt it's been stopping in other places. Like, the national eye is on this, but there's so much other shit that's going on too, right? Like Venezuela, obviously we can point at Venezuela. All of that shit that's going on. There's so much to keep your eyes on, and I know it's exhausting. That's why I try to make it a little bit more digestible. I try to cover these things that I can. Did we get an on the ground coverage? Did we get a live stream? I didn't see one. Let me see if I can find a live stream for today. I don't know if we have any live ones. Here's a live one.
Is we have set the model for the nation. And the model that the Twin Cities has set is that when DHS comes and tries to terrorize your community and kills your community members, we respond by shutting it down. And because of what we did on Friday, we have seen hundreds of demonstrations across the country. And at every single one of those demonstrations, on the lips of every organizer and every person who's fighting back, is the idea that the way you defeat Trump once and for all is by shutting it down with a general strike. And like all of you, I woke up yesterday morning to the tragic news of yet another ICE CBP killing of one of our community members. And whether it's by design or by coincidence, we know that they want us to stay home and to be afraid. And we respond by saying no. We respond by saying we will extend and expand the general strike here in Minneapolis and across the country. If we don't get no justice, they don't get no peace. If we don't get no justice, then they don't get no peace. If we don't get no justice, then they don't get no peace.
We don't get no justice, then they don't get no peace. We don't get no justice, they don't get no peace. If we don't get no justice, they don't get no peace.
It is our
We love the
duty,
icy.
it is our right.
Ice out.
Strike, 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 strike.
Strike, 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 strike.
It is our duty, it is our right.
It is our duty, it is our right.
Strike, strike, strike.
Alright. Yeah, I think it is important to remember too,
It is our duty.
like there are things that you can still do to support. Obviously,
Strike, strike, strike.
sending money to organizations in Minneapolis is something, but if you don't have money,
Make some noise.
there are still things that we can do to help organize. Look for your local community organizers. Look into
With liberation,
the things that we can do individually
deportation.
to help support this sort of stuff.
Up with liberation.
We want,
Downtown.
we can always use more feet on the ground, right? Every person who stands up against this is doing the right thing. Like, this is what we're supposed to value as Americans is the freedom to fucking carry firearms, I guess, and to speak up for the fucking things. We're supposed to stand up against tyrannical government.
Down with deportation.
We should stand with our neighbors and against this state that is coming through to just try to fucking kidnap citizens, because that's kidnap and murder American citizens, because that is what is happening.
Minneapolis will strike.
Look at all these fucking people. I've seen... Let me see if I can pull up the video that I saw earlier. I saw so many fucking people on the streets. There's also, it's worth saying, there is, if we're looking for things that we can do, like there are choices, like there are like guides for this kind of thing. Please check out the International Center on Nonviolent Conflict. They have guides, core curriculum guides to effective nonviolent struggle. You know, check out their resources. They have services, they have programs, resource libraries. You know, look for local organizations, see what people in your area are doing. If there is a strike in your area, be informed and do not cross the picket line, because that is how, I mean, the only thing these fucking people are going to listen to is money. So we need to show them that the money is not behind this. And it's scary. It's scary to strike. It is. It is very scary to strike because you do not make money while you're striking. You're not able to make ends meet, maybe. But that is what community organization is for. We help each other in situations. They want us, the people in power, the elites that are in control, want us poor. They want us to get, like, to be afraid to stop working because we won't be able to make ends meet. That's the intent. That's why we don't make enough money to make ends meet. That's why they're so opposed to things that would make American life better.
No justice, no peace. No justice, no peace. No justice, no peace. No justice, no peace.
All right, let's pull up. Well, this is we'll keep this following, but we'll check in on this in a little bit.
Hey everyone.
Let's see what Nyara's saying. I know everybody hates this bitch, but
topics that are happening right now, and I try to cover them as best as I can. But so much more information about the execution came out that I just figured it wouldn't be fair to just turn yesterday's segment into a single video without the additional information. So the victim is a VA nurse named Alex Brady. He was 37, worked in the ICU at the Minneapolis VA healthcare system and had assisted on scientific research. He tried to intervene when a woman got targeted by an ICE agent, and he did have a gun, which is something that JD Vance and the DHS are focusing on, that he had a gun, but he's also licensed, like he has a permit to carry a gun. He is using his Second Amendment right that these people want to protect, but apparently if you're a leftist and you just have a gun in your holster, you deserve to be violently executed. It is insane how open these people lie about everything and misconstrue it, despite all of the different angles, despite all of the camera.
I do think it's important. Like, obviously, I want to listen. Like, you can say people from outside the U.S. don't have a say on all this. I think that's bullshit. Especially people who grew, like, Nyara is German. Nyara grew up in the German education system, which has openly anti-fascist teachings. Like, I feel like if anybody understands is gonna see Nazis coming, it's the fucking Germans. So I think it's important to listen to people's perspectives from outside of the U.S. on this stuff, because sometimes we're a little too close to it.
Footage. People will still not believe their own eyes, and they believe a government that is run by conspiracy theorists that told them the entire time leading up to the election that the government is corrupt and you can't trust the government. Community notes also added all of the altercation, all of the information, everything that happened. So if you play the footage, you see that the person in gray is reaching for the gun in the holster and is running away with it. There it is. There's also footage showcasing that before the confrontation, he was not holding a gun. He was holding his phone. He was just holding a phone. And they're saying that this was some violent altercation and this was necessary. This was someone who peacefully protested. When it comes to situations like this, these people are obviously going to be lying. They obviously want to justify more and more violence against people. Involves wants to utilize the National Guard, not to help ICE, but to push back against it. And these people will call this an act of insurrection, which is scary. It is terrifying. There's so many people who go on the streets, who protest these things peacefully, who see the injustices of the Trump regime. City bands, wannabe Goebbels, Kirsinom, they just want to push more. They want to normalize this violence, these attacks, and they want to do this in other communities and other states as well. The reason why it's really difficult for ICE to get away with Gestapo shit is because of the organization of Minnesota. In Minneapolis, people are networking. If ICE pulls up, there are cameras everywhere. There are people talking with each other. The protests are being organized. And that makes it incredibly difficult for them to push these
That's
lies.
the way to do
All of
it.
These lies are being called out.
We have to
because
work
people are
together.
Organizing. This is not hopeless. I don't want to do like Duma posting. I don't like that. I try to be realistic. And I know that it's scary, and you're valid in feeling scared. But as long as people have this community and they are talking with each other, it makes it incredibly.
She makes a very valid point here. They want us, the people in power want us to be scared to stand up. They want us to be too scared to stand up against them. They want us to think that we could be next, that we could get killed, and we need to tell them that we're okay with that. We need to tell them that we're not scared of their violence. And that's scary, right? It's really fucking scary to stand up against power like that, especially when we know that they have a monopoly on violence in this situation. And they're not afraid to use it, clearly. They can't kill us all. They can't. There are too many of us. There are more of us than there are of them. And the harder that they push against us, the more they lean into the violence, the harder it's going to be to justify their regime. They, like, people are saying, don't give them what they want. Don't give them a justification to do whatever. But at the same time, we cannot let this illusion of the idea of peaceful protests, that we have to protest peacefully all the time, that we cannot disrupt things that are happening. We have to. Protest is meant to be disruptive. It is meant to be disruptive. We have to disrupt the system because the system is rotten, clearly. The things that this is working, the machine is working as intended. This has always been what ICE is about. It's just now targeted at white people. And we need to we need to step up. It shouldn't have taken so long for people to realize they were going to come for us too. But sometimes people need an example. Spread this fucking far and wide.
Hard for these people to just go after the most vulnerable. You have these people complain about how organized it actually is. Oh my god, Antifa is doing these things. Antifa is paying the protesters so much money so they do these far left violence. That is the type of shit that they are saying. And then you also see videos like this pop up, right-wing angle news, being like, a self-described Antifa general in Minneapolis is urging people to arm themselves against the federal government following the defensive shooting of a man by CPP. It's time for boots on the ground. This is the least obvious fed. This is what you need to be careful of. These agitators on the right who want to get people, normal citizens, in trouble by turning protests, peaceful protests, into riots. We know that we know that the police always pushes back against peaceful protests, and they are the agitators here. But you also got to be careful of these right-wingers who are lapping as Antifa generals because they just desperately want to fight. They desperately want to have their moment. They want to have their Kyle Rittenhouse moment. So you gotta be careful of people like this. Also, I really hope that other communities, other countries will learn from what right-wingers are doing, what the Trump regime is doing in the US, because this is what the AFD wants as well. This is what Reform UK wants. And then it's no longer just violence against trans people. Eventually, it's going to hit the cishet normative, the normal average person. It's no longer just like the small minority that
I mean, that's a good point. In a lot of these places, like violence against queer people, violence against minority groups like trans people, like immigrants, this is all, it's wedges to eventually be able to inflict that violence against anybody who is a citizen of the state. When the rights of minority groups are stripped away, your rights are also eroded. It is important to remember that just because of the passing of a bill, a passing of a law, the enforcement of whatever hurts a group of people that you personally don't like, every time the state is able to use violence of one kind or another against a group of people, your rights are also eroded.
they can bully and try to silence. I also really hope that the Democrats in the US are going to push back harder. I guess 6 of the Democrats
I wish, but no.
Approved of a spending bill which would give $10 billion to ICE. Are we playing the rest?
We did see, like, Schumer finally stood up and was like, oh, we might not approve the bill. We might not give them the spending bill. Schumer has been such a fucking dickless cuck through this whole thing. Schumer and the entire Democratic leadership have been such useless pieces of shit in like all of the we need to oust these people that were not an effective opposition to the tyranny that we've been seeing. Like with the primaries coming up, that's why they're pushing so hard, because the primaries are coming up. They want to enforce power. They want to get us, like, that's part of the thing. I don't know if y'all saw this, but Kristi Noem offered to get ICE out of Minneapolis if they offered all of the voting records of the people in the area, which is ridiculous. They shouldn't be allowed to do that. I'm gonna throw music on real quick, take a quick bio break, and then we will be back on this video in just a little bit. So please take care of yourselves, grab some water, and we will be right back. Friends, sorry about that. We are back. I hope that we have all grabbed ourselves a little bit of water. Let us continue.
rest of the footage from my stream yesterday, but I just want you to know that I appreciate all of you. Reports incoming that federal agents have shot and killed another person near Glam Doll Donuts on Nicollet Avenue in Minneapolis. Multiple shots fired. It was an execution, witness tells us. So there are multiple ICE agents. There's just one guy, he's on the ground, and they just shot him. Trigger warning here, this is masked government thugs gang tackling and then executing a person while he's being held down by multiple people. What the fuck is this? Is this real? This needs to end here, seriously. CBP officer shot another person in Minneapolis at point blank range.
This is just her.
Footage obtained. Exclusive by PT shows federal officers on Nicollet Avenue on top of a man on the ground. Before one CBP officer pulls his gun and repeatedly fires. These people don't view us as human beings. They view us as rabid animals that need to be put down. And they have.
And that's not just trans people. That's all leftists. Like, they truly, like, if you like look into the reports of ICE agents brandishing weapons at people that are doing nothing but standing there and yelling at them. They hate you. They hate you for standing against them. And they dehumanize you. They are not going to treat you like a real person because they don't think you are one.
Immunity. Federal immunity. They can just do whatever they want. And people like JD Vance are just going to defend these actions, downplay it and brush it down. They don't want you to actually look at the things that is happening right in front of your eyes. We can't have debates anymore. We can't just like, oh, sit down and have like a normal conversation when this is literally what is happening. How do you find common ground when like you are being seen as a parasite that should just be killed? You see stories like this. Children as young as 5 detained. ICE claims enhanced power to enter homes. Supreme Court backs police entry without warrant in emergencies. You have ICE lapping as police. They have like their little badges. They're going to claim that there is probable cause to enter someone's home without a warrant. They will drag you out. They will attack you. They're using children as bait to arrest parents. They kidnap regular citizens, drag them out into the snow while they are naked. And then it's like, oops, got the wrong guy. And then you have this loser, this absolute freak being like, actually, it was okay, and we were just targeting a 5-year-old that was lost, and actually we did like a really good thing. He blamed the left for ICE violence and called the 5-year-old's father an illegal alien, even though he's lawfully applying for asylum. There's a reason so many people are protesting things. These are peaceful protests, and then ICE is obviously escalating this stuff. The police is escalating these things by throwing tear gas at people, or, you know, having their water stream.
Speaking of the tear gas, I have seen like local businesses offering refuge to people, which is just genuinely so fucking cool. Here we go. We have people like calling for like supporting local businesses that are helping people.
Thank you.
Some water. God, I am so sorry. I am so sorry, guys. Everybody come
Immigrants make America awesome. And it should not be controversial to say that.
Come in, guys. Everybody come in.
I'm sorry. How are you feeling right now with everything?
I'm feeling so bad. Oh my God, I'm so nervous, scared, very scared, really scared. But I'm so happy. God, I don't know what to say. You know, come in, just be my home. Come in, have a fire, guys. You know, come in, have a fire. Have a this. And tell everybody come in here to be safe. Come in here, be safe. Please be safe.
Those are the heroes. These are the heroes that we should be like celebrating. This is like, these people are the humans that exist. Like this is the kind of people that they want to kick out of our fucking country. The people that are offering safety and refuge to people that are being attacked by the fucking state. And that's the enemy of the state for them now. That's
We saw
disgraceful.
that in Davos in Switzerland, when people were protesting Trump, literal murders employed by the government, and we're seen as the bad guys. Yeah. Trans people are the problem. It's trans people. Trans people are the problem. ICE have targeted off-duty police officers. The cops do not like ICE. Yeah. Oh, why can't you have just like a debate? Why can't we just talk things out? Why can't we like agree to disagree? Oh, trans people are the problem. It's not like the insane violence. It's not like all of these attacks. No. Democrats be like, let's increase ICE training budget. Yeah, they don't even have background checks. You can literally be a criminal. Obviously, social media is being used in order to push propaganda. We see them use AI in order to give people the impression that, you know,
Good point,
things are
June.
happening that are actually not happening. But also social media.
Yeah, they think we can't define what a woman is, but strangely they can't define what the problem with America is. Well, it's just so complicated, you know, there's so many things to it. It's not so simple.
As a tool that helps people organize and that helps more and more people realize that actually the left has always been right. We were just correct at the wrong time. Where did you get the info about them not doing background checks? About because one independent anti-Trump reporter went to one of the meetings.
I handed in my resume, which was, I did a skills-based resume. I'm a veteran. I served 2 tours in Afghanistan. So on the surface, the resume looked pretty good. Had a very brief interview, took all of 6 minutes. They didn't ask very many questions. And then I left, assuming I would never hear back.
Side note, sorry, this is entirely unrelated, but June, we should get your like the jellyfin stuff set up on my PC at least, so that we can add it as a separate audio source, so I can, because right now I've been running it out of, I was using Spotify as a separate audio source, but I stopped using Spotify again to when they started doing more AI shit, and so I've just been using like YouTube Music, which is fine, but it means I can't use because it's in another browser window. It's going to be in the same audio source as my videos, so I can't do both at the same time. So worth looking into that.
Because I'm a very Googleable person. I have an unusual name. I'm the only Laura Jadid on the internet, and I make no secret of how I feel about ICE and Trump and all of it. So I was not expecting several days later to receive a tentative offer. I missed it in my inbox and it sunk to the bottom, which means that I never filled out the paperwork they requested. I never accepted the tentative offer. I never filled out my background check paperwork. I never signed the affidavit saying I committed no domestic violence crimes, none of it. A few weeks later, I got a message from LabCorp saying that ICE wanted me to do a drug test, and I went ahead and did that. I was pretty sure I wouldn't pass. I'd partaken in legal cannabis 6 days before the test, but why not waste some of their money, right? And then 9 days after that, I decided I wanted to, I was curious, had they processed the drug test yet? So I logged onto the ICE hiring portal, and what I found was that not only did the drug test not seem to be relevant, I was listed as having joined ICE as of 3 days earlier.
What?
I had listed that I had accepted the offer. They had offered me a final position as a deportation officer. My background check was listed as completed 3 days in the future from when I was looking at it.
No fucking
So
way.
It seems like the answer to the question, who are they hiring, is they don't know. I mean, it's very funny that they hired a lefty journalist with a
That's-
profile on Antifa Watch. That's hilarious. But what's not funny is they didn't make me sign a domestic violence waiver. So how many people...
Does that mean she gets the fucking signing bonus? I want that. Can we just get the signing bonus and then never show up? Can we steal their fucking money? I would love $30,000 free dollars. Shit, maybe I should be an ICE agent. No, fuck that. I can't say that. I can't say that. That's a joke. That's a joke. Don't do it.
Convictions are running around with guns in our cities terrorizing people. How many people who have been committed of sex crimes or crimes against children are in charge of detention centers where there's no oversight, where people won't be missed and won't be believed? The agent was very keen on letting me know that I wouldn't be given a badge and a gun right away. I wouldn't be out in the street messing people up. I would probably have to push paperwork for about 6 months before I got there. And when I expressed that that was fine with me, with my analyst background, he actually... The atmosphere changed. He was like, no, listen, we want everyone on the street with guns eventually.
This is a segment from like a 10-minute interview. Considering that their training process It's just like, I think 40
That's
days,
fucking
and
crazy.
these people are very fragile, you know, they're for the first time being put in a position of power, and they're very trigger happy and violent and not respectful to the law. I can imagine that only shitty people sign up for this. ICE just got a 10 billion funding. Yeah. ICE gives them a $50,000 sign-on bonus instead of spending any of that on training. Yeah. What is ICE? Like Homeland Security is like the immigration thing. Like they do like the raids and arrest people who are undocumented migrants, but it turned into racial profiling and attacking anyone. Like they're lapping as police, they're not actually police, and it's just people, it's just thugs. They pull up like the mafia, they rip open the doors, they wrestle people to the ground and then shoot them at point blank range. They arrest people based on vibes, I guess, even if they're teens, even if they're children. They lock them away without due process, they torture them. They are the new secret police. They're not that secret. I feel like they're very like out in the open. They sexually assault women as well. Yeah, all of them are abusers. They're secret because they wear masks. That's why they gotta be revealed. They need to be held accountable for the things that they are doing, for the crimes that they are committing. They're more anonymous than they are secret. Aren't there like leaks, ICE leaks and so on that reveal a bunch of data about these people? There was a website that got taken down called the ICE Files. They're effectively the secret police. Yeah, they are the Gestapo. Yes. Remember when people said that people like me were fear-mongering because we saw the similarities between Nazi Germany and the US? Do you remember when I had to ban people because they said that by me comparing Trump to Hitler and saying these things about fascism, I am downplaying what Hitler did? I remember that stuff. The difference
I didn't know they
is
took it
that I
down.
didn't compare the early warning signs.
Like the ICE Files was. They took it down? Fuck, that sucks. There was a full, like, and good morning, 80. There was a full, like, database that people were compiling on every ICE agent that we knew about. And I know I've been seeing a lot of these, like, wanted posters that are being made. Let me see if I can grab it.
Horrific video. Another individual killed in Minnesota. It's just fucking awful, the inhumanity of this. We cannot fund.
Yeah, I guess they took it down.
As constituted today. But we found out something else really important today. Pam Bondi sent a letter to state officials in Minnesota in which she made a list of demands for ICE to leave Minneapolis. And one of those demands was that the state turn over its voter rolls to the federal government. This has never been about public safety. Minneapolis is a much less safe place today because ICE is there. This is likely about trying to rig and steal the election. Donald Trump is wildly unpopular. He is not committed to democracy. And he knows the only way that his movement is to retain power, the only way that his corporate allies retain power, his billionaire allies retain power this November, is for Trump to steal the election. And so he's saying to Minneapolis, if you don't give me control of the voter rolls, then ICE isn't leaving. And you can see that if he gets away with it in Minnesota, he's likely going to try it in places like Philadelphia and Phoenix, other key cities in swing states. So understand why it's so important for us to draw a line. I have been arguing all weekend that the Senate should not pass funding for the Department of Homeland Security. First and foremost, because this is a rogue agency that is operating outside of the law and is killing American citizens. But also because the underlying game here may be to steal the 2026 election. And no senator, but in particular no Democratic senator, should play a part in that.
the late stages of what Hitler did, but I saw the pattern that like led up to the end stages of what Hitler did. That is the difference. Media literacy is fucking dead. That is why anytime Trump said something that is a huge red flag, people went, oh, it's just joking. Trump said that, you know, he's going to run for a third term. Doesn't he know that that's against the law? He's such a jokester. Every time there's like a marginalized group, you see the warning signs, you see the violence that is happening against your community, and people just say you're fear-mongering, you're blowing things way out of proportion, you're misrepresenting all of these things. They haven't locked you in camps yet. They're just constantly calling you mentally ill, while also saying that they want to open the asylums again. They talk about Trump derangement syndrome and how that is actually a mental illness, while also talking about wanting the asylums back and talking about people, you know, as if they are rabid animals who need to be put down. But I'm just fear-mongering. These people are just joking. Trump literally said, if you vote for me, you will never have elections ever again. Do you think you're going to have midterms? You think it's going to be a fair election if there are going to be midterms? When all of the people who talk...
We still got protests going on. This is where we saw. This is where we jumped in earlier. Now they're marching again. Alright, like I said, we're going to keep trying to check up on what's going on alive on the ground, but for now, it looks like they're just marching.
Talk about trans rights are being, you know, removed from databases because they had domestic terrorists.
Howdy, Olive.
People that are
Thanks for stopping in.
Being considered domestic terrorists. Do you think they are going to be allowed to vote if their documentation is going to be removed? Oh, but like, we should just have debates. We should just like come together and talk. Why can't I listen to the other side? Why can't I listen to a different set of opinions? There's no need of debate and there's no potential of free midterms. Then what do you think the way out is? You see the violence that ICE is doing, but you also see people go on the street. You see people fighting back.
She's always fucking right. I love Nyara. I know everybody hates that bitch, but
I don't see
we love Nyara.
This is going to be actually resolved unless more people in positions of power are waking the fuck up. Especially the Democrats that are still approving the funding for ICE. I don't see the fascist regime to just stop and being like, yeah, maybe we went too far. No, they're going to keep doing propaganda. They're going to keep justifying these murders.
They're going to keep pushing as hard as they can, no matter what.
People can wait.
They're trying to see what they can get away with, and we have to fucking put our foot down.
To impeach Trump and also JD Vance, and then people are being held accountable, and everybody starts cheering and clapping. I don't want to, like, you know, be kind of like a doomer or something, but like I'm terrified for the people who live there. I'm terrified for the people, for my friends, for my family who lives in the US. Trump talks about going door to door and finding out if they voted for Trump, and if they didn't vote for Trump, they want to arrest them. Like, oh, they are just jokes. Voting is controlled at the local level, not federal. Trump can't easily stop it. Trump has never shied away from doing things that are against the law, and he is surrounded by yes men.
Absolutely.
Legit do the same. Yeah, exactly. That's also like what I'm scared of, because the US is kind of like a prime example of what other countries want to do with like their far-right parties. Reform UK in the, like, they want to do the same shit.
It's just so many people in the street right now, which is awesome. Obviously, that's what we want to see. Obviously, again, if we see general strike information, please, you know, support general strikes. Do not cross picket lines if you can help it. I know in some places it might not necessarily be an option, but please try.
But you wrote a piece a couple of days ago that ICE is okay with Renee Good's killing, but simultaneously, immigration agents are terrified of the ICE backlash after the shooting. Talk about that paradox and what's going on. I mean, we can see in their behavior since you wrote the first piece on the 9th that their answer has been double down.
Totally. Yeah. So there's a huge disjunct between their public bravado within hours of Renee Good's killing, Homeland Secretary Kristi Noem basically dragging this poor woman's corpse through the mud and saying she's a terrorist. Imagine getting killed. And then in addition, I mean, you know, some number of people are going to think whatever they're going to think about the video, but to take, okay, so you can say, you know, maybe this woman should have got out of her car. What was the psychological state of the cop? What, you know, were there reasons he was afraid? You can have a debate about that, but to say she was going to kill him and she was a terrorist within like 2 hours of the thing, not only struck me as absurd. As I talked to people in the Department of Homeland Security, a lot of them thought that as well. They can't say so publicly for the same reason that anyone at a job isn't going to want to go out and criticize their employer. And I don't want to overstate things and give you the impression that the majority of ICE agents think that. That's not true. But there's a sizable minority within the Immigration Services, Border Patrol, ICE, that do think that, including in senior ranks, because they look at this and they think it's not good for a number of reasons. One, just basic moral reason that a lot of people had revulsion watching it. But another one is the effect that it's going to have on the agency. It's destroying any reputation federal law enforcement might have had, not just ICE, but federal law enforcement generally, as was described to me by people in the FBI recently. You mentioned at the top of this segment.
I mean, that's definitely true. I definitely think this is like a reputation destroyer.
They're worried about, just from a purely cynical, self-serving point of view, that it's going to destroy the public faith in these institutions that has been very carefully.
She's running around. She got the zoomies.
The last, 50 years or so.
I'm pissed off too, baby. I get it.
Since Watergate and all that. But yeah, talking to folks, I was surprised because I've been covering national security for about 10 years now. And so I know people at these different agencies. And when I posted them, I was kind of thinking, all right, time to get an earful about why I'm wrong about this or whatever. And that wasn't what my experience was. I wouldn't say their views are the same as mine or that they're lefties.
Oh my goodness.
But it was a lot closer to my point of view on this and a lot farther from the administration's. So I think part of what we're seeing when the administration gets out there and you have President J.D. Vance saying it was terrorism, President Trump says she was going to kill him, the Homeland Secretary, it's like they're creating this unified front that doesn't actually reflect what the attitudes are behind the scenes and in the bureaucracy.
We've got a lot of.
I'm here, Kitty. The people want to see you.
We dedicated a significant portion of the show to just playing clips from out of Minnesota, and they were horrific. And since within the past 24 hours, we have clips now of. And this came out of California. I guess it was a week or two ago, maybe. A guy getting shot in the eye. With a pepper ball. We have clips of a woman being headed to the doctors, just being yanked out of her car and slammed onto the ground.
I've heard, I mean, we saw obviously ICE agents in Minneapolis also pulling, they detained a 5-year-old child and then tried to use them as bait, as I've mentioned before. They detained a old man and then dragged him out into the snow in his underwear. I've been hearing rumors too that ICE agents are beating people within an inch of their life, so stripping them of ID, phone, and clothes and just dumping them in the woods in the snow. Like, all of this is ridiculous, and this is shit that Nazis do. This is shit that monsters do.
Clearly doubling down on this, and they're getting more aggressive. When you talk to your sources, I get that there's a cohort that is worried, like the optics of this are bad, the PR associated with this is bad. But do any of them have a fear that we are seeing the precursor to something that is worse and more expansive I mean, when I look at this stuff, I'm starting to see them,
Trying to find more on the ground reporting right now and like more up to date.
Authority is, and basically blow through the guardrails and the structures that are placed around different law enforcement agencies, right? I mean, different agencies have jurisdictions, different agencies have different, and as more and more resources go into ICE and they become more, and more
what is going on
fanatical,
here?
It feels like they're becoming more and more expansive to the point where, hypothetically, we're 16 months away from them banging down your door saying like, you're not sure, you shouldn't be doing this, interview type of thing. I mean, that may be hyperbole, but it may not be.
Okay. Sorry, I just found. Is this a live?
You know, the people. Now I'm not talking even leadership. The people of Venezuela are going wild over this. They named a street after President Trump. What do? You attack a country and they name a street? That's never happened before.
Well, yeah,
I
what?
heard that's also taking place in Iran. They named a street. The protesters. I just hope, just God bless them. I just hope the protesters in Iran are going to be safe, because that's a very dangerous place right now. And again, I tell the Iranian leaders, you better not start shooting, because we'll start shooting too. With your glasses, sir, go ahead, please. Hold it. Next to you. Yes, glasses. The gentleman with the glasses.
All right, thank you, Mr. President.
With those very big glasses, actually.
Yeah.
Okay.
Mr. President, I have two questions. What do you want the European Union to do in Ukraine? The European leaders seem pretty divided on Ukraine. And then if you can reiterate this straight message that you have to the Iranian leader, to Khomeini, the message that you have.
You're talking about Iran?
Iran, yeah.
What
the
do
first
I
one
want
is on
Iran
Europe.
to do?
I'm sorry?
Where are you from?
Italy.
Oh, nice place.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, silence, woman. I am talking to large glasses man.
Well, if you can answer about Europe and what you think the Europeans should do on Ukraine, and then a message.
Well, look, Europe has been doing so much for Ukraine, but it hasn't been enough. And obviously, that I would say that President Putin is not afraid of Europe. He's afraid of the United States of America.
That doesn't seem correct.
There's no fear of Europe.
I don't think they're scared of you, honey.
Europe. And JD said it very strongly. I don't know. It's he took a lot of heat, but I didn't give him any heat. Europe is a different place. Europe is changing. Europe has got to get its act together. I love Europe. I guess I came from Europe essentially. I have my roots are in Europe, but Europe is a different place. They have to get their act together. Now they have a great NATO leader, and they've gone up to 5% from 2% GDP. That's a big step. But they have to be very careful with their immigration policy, and they have to be because, I will just say, to be nice, that there are certain places in Europe that are very important that are no longer recognizable. I'm being very nice. I'm being very diplomatic when I say that. They are not recognizable, and they have to be careful on energy because they're putting windmills all over the place and losing a fortune. They're destroying their country. They're destroying the beautiful landscapes, the beautiful everything. They're doing. And by the way, in case you people don't know, I'm not much of a windmill person. I can proudly say, Doug, that we have not approved one windmill since I've been in office, and we're going to keep it that way. My goal is to not let any windmill be built. They're losers. They lose money. They destroy your landscape. They kill your birds. They're all made in China, and all you have to do is. Just about all of the windmills are made in China, the structures. All you have to do is say to China, how many windmill areas do you have in China? So far, they're not able to find any. They use coal and they use oil and gas.
What?
And some nuclear, not much. But they don't have windmills.
Just saying shit. Bro doesn't know a fucking thing. What are you talking about? Grandpa, shut the fuck up.
The worst form of energy, the most expensive form of energy, and in 8 years they're rotted out anyway.
Wait, I thought you liked coal, you big dumb motherfucker. I thought you liked coal.
A junkyard of steel. So we don't approve, and I've told my
the
people,
nuclear
we will not
windmills.
approve windmills. Maybe we get forced to do something because some stupid person in the Biden administration agreed.
Shut up about Biden. He's been not president for 2 years almost, or no, for like a full year.
On Venezuela, is it ultimately more important to you to establish stability there or democracy there?
Well, you're talking about maybe the same.
Grabbing
stability
while
or
he's still.
democracy. I don't know.
Let
To
me.
me, it's almost the same.
I'm gonna mute him for a second. I don't want to listen to him talk. We got 35 minutes ago. Tim Walz telling America the country's at an inflection point. Closing the press conference, Tim Walz pays tribute to Alex Preddy as a son, ICU nurse, as someone beloved by his community, and calls on the Trump administration to stop gaslighting the country and smearing Preddy's name, adding that his family has been through enough. He tells Americans, you know what you saw, and then you heard the most powerful people in the world narrate to you what you were looking at, that this was a domestic terrorist sullying his name within minutes of this event's happening. Federal agents then closed the crime scene, sweeping away the evidence, Walz adds. Someone needs to be held accountable for the shooting, he says, as he renews calls for Trump to pull ICE agents out of Minneapolis. He says that sitting behind a keyboard at 2 a.m. and besmirching a VA nurse and a son and a co-worker and a friend is despicable beyond all description. Walz asked people to put aside political bias out of basic human decency. This is an inflection point, America. If we cannot all agree that the smearing of an American citizen and besmirching everything they stood for and asking us to not believe what we saw, I don't know what else to tell you. Walz is spineless, deploying the National Guard. Deploy the National Guard. The National Guard has been deployed. We just don't know what side they're on yet. The National Guard is in Minneapolis. Striking a decidedly different tone, Donald Trump earlier posted on his Truth Social platform, Minnesota is a criminal cover-up of the massive financial fraud that has gone on. The U.S. president posted similarly yesterday about the state and has yet to offer any condolences to Alex Preddy's family, referring to the killed nurse only once simply as a gunman. Let me try to find what I saw about that.
Either the nice way or
I'll find you some proof.
Way. Please, go ahead, ma'am.
Mr. President, why is it so important to you to own it when you have a military presence there, which you could expand to affect the security?
Because when we own it, we defend it. You don't defend leases the same way. You have to own it. And, you know, with a nation, look at what happened with Obama, with that horrible deal they made with Iran. It was a short-term deal. It was like a 9-year deal. Countries can't make 9-year deals or even 100-year deals. Countries have to have ownership. And you defend ownership, you don't defend leases. And we'll have to defend Greenland. If we don't do it, China or Russia will. It's not going to happen. We are not going to have, and I like China, I like Russia, I love the people of China, I love the people of Russia.
Sorry, I'm thinking about words to search.
Putin, but I'm very disappointed in him. I get along very well with President Xi.
Genuinely listening to him talk makes my head hurt.
Them as a neighbor in Greenland. Not gonna happen.
I'm like trying to focus on a thought process, and I cannot. Like he's like listening to his voice makes my thoughts disappear.
If it weren't for me, you wouldn't have a NATO right now. But we're not going to allow Russia or China to occupy Greenland, and that's what's going to happen if we don't. Go ahead.
Mr. President, one, can you respond to that? And two,
yeah, it was an amazing report. The most amazing thing is government jobs are way down, and yet the employment numbers are very good. We've gotten rid of tremendous numbers of federal government jobs. Nobody's ever seen anything like it. And yet the employment numbers are very good. They're really getting better. But now we have all those people to work in the private sector for a lot more money. I think that's one of the very big things. The other thing is at 5.4%. And remember, this is after we had a shutdown. And that shutdown had an impact because the concept of the shutdown, even though it's before, people knew we were going to be shutting down. A lot of bad things happened. And by the way, on January 30th, you may have another shutdown. We'll see what happens. But
what?
I think the numbers, Caitlin, were really amazing. Look, to think about 5.4%, nobody thought that. They thought it was going to be 2%. And you know what it is? It's tariffs. And it's also
chat at least once and have the tab unmuted.
A great election.
Unfortunately, yeah.
1.5 years ago. And
Our
now
country
we're
was
the highest
dead?
country anywhere in the world. And I hope you guys were impressed.
Moron.
5.4%.
So I have article. I don't know if this is.
There's no reason it can't be.
I don't know if this is 100% like the most reputable source. I'm trying to find cross references, but we have Walls activates National Guard after federal agent kills a man in Minneapolis. Due to the potential for continuing and growing conflict related to today's federal agent-involved shooting, Sheriff DeWanna Witt has requested assistance from the Minnesota National Guard to support our deputies at the Whipple Federal Building so that we can reallocate deputies to other areas in need of support in the county, the sheriff's office said. Their job will be to assist the sheriff's office in protecting life, preserving property, and helping to ensure the safety of all community members. Put them on standby in North Minneapolis on January 14th. Yeah, I will continue to look at that, but we'll keep listening to Orange Man.
Something for the work they do, and they're going to get back their money. We're devising a formula, but it won't be so much of a formula. It's going to be what they need. We're going to take care of what they need. There'll be plenty left over. We're going to have a lot of money left over. And the money left over is going to the United States of America, and the oil companies are going to be very happy. Yeah, please.
Thank you, Mr. Would the administration offer a backstop to these oil companies for like financial guarantees, some sort of backstop, if the country did destabilize again?
That's a very interesting question. Using the word backstop, I haven't heard that word in a long time.
What?
I was at the Wharton School of Finance last year.
Shut up! Oh my God, that doesn't mean anything.
Give a backstop. I'm just look. These are
whatever.
Very smart people, the smartest people not only in oil and business. These are the biggest companies in the world, sitting around this table. They know the risks. I mean,
I've got Fox 9 saying Minneapolis Mayor Jacob Frey requested the Minnesota National Guard's assistance.
Long time, and they're going to be taking the
filing a temporary restraining order urging a federal judge to halt Operation Metro Surge and get federal agents out of Minnesota.
The people of Venezuela are going to be big beneficiaries, and the United States of America is going to be a big beneficiary.
No federal involvement in their activities. The Guard members will be easily identifiable with neon reflective vests and work closely with Minneapolis police officers.
Because again,
unfortunately,
we can't have China or Russia occupy Greenland. We can't have China or Russia occupy Venezuela.
We did say our community is tired, our offices are tired, our businesses are tired, and their additional support is necessary. The chaos we're seeing is caused directly by ICE, border control, and the federal administration, Mayor Frey said. That was at Saturday, so that was yesterday. We've also got this one from PBS News saying the same. National Guard activated. Sorry, PBS. Guard troops were sent to both the shooting site and to a federal building where officials have squared off with protesters daily. So yeah, I think that the National Guard is in Minneapolis right now. I don't know if they are on the side. Yeah, I would rather watch this than listen to Trump, honestly.
If we don't get it, if we don't get it, if we don't get it, shut it down.
Agreed.
Shut it down. Shut it down.
Yeah, please, obviously look for information. I'm gonna look for info on general strike. I think something that people can do to support general strike is cancel any subscriptions that are non-necessary based on like U.S. companies. drop cable, drop Netflix, drop Amazon. Stop using credit cards. Don't buy off of things that aren't local business. You know, disrupt the workers. Let's take a look at... I am finding we've got Free America, freeamera.ca, and I can put these in chat as well, actually. I'll put them in the Twitch chat. And do I have access to the YouTube chat from here?
Minneapolis, make some noise!
No. Sorry, everybody. Sorry, YouTube chat. We also have mobilize.us.
Minneapolis, we're here.
Please take a look at these. I'm going to post these in the Discord server as well.
And the person next to you, we can shut it down, ain't that right? I'm going to introduce our first speaker. This is Naomi. Give it up for Naomi!
So check those out if you're looking for ways to help with the general strike. Let me bring that back over.
Join me in a variation on the chant we've been doing all the way here. When I say, if we don't get it, I want you to say, strike, strike, strike. If we don't get it. Strike, strike, strike. I said, if we don't get it. Strike, strike, strike. Strike, strike, strike.
We're also going to put in General Strike US. Yeah, check out these links. Do your take a look at what you can do. See how you can help in your local area.
Across the cities and across the state poured into the downtown to shut it down completely, to demand ICE out of Minnesota, to demand ICE off our streets. I cannot impress upon you enough what an enormous
I'm gonna share this out as well. If you want to support their live stream.
And it succeeded because of all of you. And when we did that, when we made history, the entire eyes of the nation were on us. They wanted to look to us for inspiration and for hope that this tactic, which had not been used in nearly a century, could be done and could win again.
It's so nice to see people standing up. Genuinely, this is incredible to see.
And an unspeakable violence. And whether by coincidence or by intention, we know the message that the Trump administration was trying to send. They wanted to strike back against us and make us feel afraid right after we exercised an enormous amount of power. And what that means now is that we are in a moment of struggle, where we are now going back and forth against this racist administration to show them that we will not stand for this.
Let's remember too that they are recently starting to target East Asians as well. So it was never just about our southern border.
The nation are on us for inspiration. They were hoping that we would be scared. They were hoping that it would spread across the rest of the country and people would feel powerless and afraid and alone. But what do we have right here? We have tens of thousands of people hitting the street. We are not afraid.
I love this bitch. She's awesome.
And that's the message that is going out to the rest of the country.
She's awesome. Yes.
We Minnesotans are some of the bravest people out there. Nothing is too cold. Nothing is too frightening. Our solidarity and our unity.
We've got former President Barack Obama is condemning this, saying that the Trump administration seems eager to escalate the situation in Minneapolis.
They wanted to turn back the tides of possibility with this horrific
That's interesting.
murder. They wanted the rest of the country to say maybe it's not possible for them. But now the momentum we have unleashed is unstoppable. Anytime the Trump administration thinks about invading another city with another deployment, they have to wonder, will they be like Minneapolis and do a general strike against us? We are not going to go back. We are going to go forward.
Good messaging, for sure. I'm really glad that these people are out there.
Shown that we have the power to do a one-day general strike. And in response to the execution-style murder of Alex Preddy, there is only one response that is appropriate from us as the people, and that is to extend and expand this strike. Our power as working people is that we make society run. We are the
Absolutely.
economies. We are the neighbors that look out for each other. We are the teachers, the students, the care workers that make everything possible. And so if we want to say that we want ICE out of our communities, we know where our power is, and we can wield it again. This strike needs to spread to other cities. This strike needs to continue right here in the state of Minnesota until we get what we want.
I agree. I've got Kyle Cheney on Blue Sky. Let me lower the volume here. Since July, I've tracked at least 2,300 cases in which federal judges have ruled ICE as illegally detained people without bond or due process. Minnesota courts have been inundated with these cases since the beginning of Operation Metro Surge last month. Here's a ruling by Judge Bryan from yesterday, freeing a man who was detained after living in the U.S. for 20 years with no criminal record. And this is all coming with, like, court documents, all pulled from court listeners, so we can read through the documents as well. Please go check these out, obviously. There's another ruling in Minnesota also yesterday, releasing a man who was forcefully detained by ICE despite having active refugee status. Another ruling just yesterday in Minnesota. A federal judge calls it particularly craven that ICE transferred a nursing refugee mother out of state. Tae Do La was admitted as a refugee from Myanmar in 2024, has no criminal history, and a 5-month-old. Yet another ruling from Friday, freeing a man detained by ICE in Minnesota who suffered severe head injuries during his arrest and has been hospitalized since. This man claims ICE has required him to be shackled in the hospital against the wishes of doctors, I guess. Another one, ruling tonight from Judge Gerard in Minnesota, ordering the immediate return and release of a pregnant woman who was apprehended on her way to work, and her husband and 2 sons. Here's another Minnesota ruling that just came in last night. A federal judge is threatening DHS with contempt for transferring a petitioner out of the state despite a court order enjoining the administration from doing so. Another one, ruling tonight from Judge Gerard in Minnesota, ordering the immediate return and release of a pregnant woman who was apprehended on her way to work and her 2 sons. Federal judges deciding bigger questions about ICE's conduct in Minnesota have been inundated with these detention cases for months. To the backdrop to everything unfolding now, Judge Tostrad has handled dozens. For example, here's yet another Minnesota ruling from Friday. Judge Menendez concluded that ICE was illegally detaining a Ukrainian refugee, ordering his immediate release. She is the same judge who is handling questions about ICE's use of force. And another, hours before he ordered the administration to preserve evidence from the petty crime scene yesterday, Judge Torstret ordered the release of a Honduran immigrant he said was illegally detained and for which DOJ missed the deadline to respond. The judges in Minnesota are working Sunday. Judge Menendez, who issued last week's injunction against ICE's retaliatory use of pepper spray, just ordered the release of a Kenyan woman arrested while picking up seizure medication at CVS. So these are the people. These are the hardened criminals they're coming after. Just saying. We got our modern day tank man here. Fuck this guy's awesome, by the way. Look at this guy. There he is. Nuh-uh. And this time motherfucker ain't alone. Look at them all! Nobody is scared of you. They're throwing snowballs at him? Fuck yeah! Get these fuckers out of here! Fuck yeah! They're fucking up their mirrors! Let's remember, this is all still peaceful protests. They have not hurt nobody. They're in a big fucking car. And this is the Homeland Security officers, I think. The yellow vests. Yeah, I think those are the Homeland Security, or the National Guard, not Homeland Security, the National Guard. Yeah, it's on there. I think that's on there. I don't know what it says. Oh, maybe that's immigration officer. I don't know.
They fucking kill someone. The people who play your salary. You fucking know it too. I can see it in your eyes.
Yes, bitch. Make them afraid. Monsters. Let them know we fucking hate them.
And you doing this in your home. Wow. And guess what? They get to leave. And you feel fuck ICE. Fuck ICE.
Oh, these just normal fucking people out there on the street. It is sub-zero temperatures out there. These fucking people rule. These are heroes out there on the fucking streets.
Saving lives. We need to keep standing up. So all of you out there, we need to honor Alex's memory by not going to work, not shopping, not working, etc. If the billionaires keep funding ICE, Minneapolis general strike. If the billionaires keep funding ICE, Minneapolis general strike. Thank you.
Fuck yeah, bitch.
No more Minnesota nice. Minneapolis will strike. No more Minnesota nice. Minneapolis will strike.
Fuck yeah. Alright, I'm gonna mute this for a sec, and we're gonna pull over this Legal Eagle video. I think people are saying this is like just. I think I really value. I mean, I don't agree with everything that this guy stands for, but I think Legal Eagle genuinely has a pretty good head on his shoulders and knows the laws of this shit. He's been following it pretty closely. So
I know all of us have seen the videos of what is basically the execution.
I'm gonna grab a
Alex
little bit of
Petty.
water real quick.
I've seen it from more angles and more times than I care to repeat. I'm not going to give an in-depth frame-by-frame analysis. You don't need a lawyer to tell you what you can see with your own eyes, which is that it was an inexcusable state-sanctioned murder. There is no excuse. There is no justification, and it is the latest in what is probably a long line. This one happens to have been videotaped, thankfully, by many brave bystanders. As you can tell, I'm not in my studio. I was on a plane yesterday. Oh God, it's cold out here. It's 0 degrees, which is still 10 degrees warmer than it is in Minneapolis right now. But in some sense, I do this for a living. I analyze the videos that are out there and think about things from a legal perspective. And you know, I saw the first video when it came out. It was pretty clear. But you know, with any video taken from across the street, there's some ambiguity. And but I think
Howdy,
the
Forrest.
second video
Thanks for
came out.
stopping in.
In the second video, you can hear that Alex Petty's last words were, "Are you okay?" Which he said to the woman that was next to him, who had been pushed down by the ICE or CBP officer who was acting unhinged. Where Alex,
I didn't know his last fucking words were, "Are you okay?" In his final fucking acts, this man was looking out for somebody else in his community. This is a fucking hero. This is a veteran. This is a nurse. This is somebody who spent his life saving other people's lives, standing up for other people, and they killed him like a fucking dog. It pisses me off.
Phone out, and his left arm is free. I think those were his last words, and I think those were his last acts. Was trying to help the woman that was pushed down.
It pisses me off
by the man in the green sweatshirt, who I think eventually was the first agent who shot him. And like I said, I'm not going to go frame by frame, but to my eyes, you know, the last thing that Alex Petty did was to help others. And look, my legal analysis doesn't change when the victim is, you know, a bank robber or a saint. Everyone deserves the same rights. And it doesn't justify or justify less the actions of what happened, but it does heighten the loss of what happened and the people whose rights are being taken away and their lives are being taken away. So look, I'm going to try and gather some thoughts, which I'm only going to do because I think a lot of people are, you know, thinking the same thing. Whether you're a lawyer or a layperson, I think we're all absolutely enraged, not only by, you know, the loss of Alex Petty, but Renee Good and everyone else who has been, you know, pushed aside. And has been caught in
it makes me so fucking
of
furious.
What is clearly illegal action. from our federal government. Like I said, it doesn't change the legal analysis, but it does say something that Alex Preddy and Renee Good before him seem to be the best of us. And there's a reason why they were gunned down. It's because they put themselves out there. And by God, that's commendable. And we need to continue to stand up because they did too. And look, you don't need to be a lawyer to know that their shootings were not justified. But I think we need to take a step back too to recognize that, you know, ICE and CBP shouldn't have been there in the first place. They have no right and no duty to do crowd control, to be on the front lines using weapons against protesters. These people should not be armed. We've sort of grown inured to it, but they are not enforcing criminal law. Even when they are enforcing immigration laws, which they are not right now, it is state-sponsored protest control of people exercising their First Amendment rights. At best, they are enforcing regulatory and civil laws. And there's no reason they should have firearms in the first place. I don't even think should have less lethals like pepper balls, and they shouldn't be using tear gas and pepper spray and bear spray on protesters. That's insane. It would be as if we gave every postal worker and every person who delivers the mail, you know, an AR-15.
Hey, Vixenova, what's up? How you doing?
Their duties, and it's insane that they have been armed and are wearing flak jackets and are obviously wearing masks for no other reason than to obscure their identity and prevent accountability. Obviously, the shootings are unjustified, but the entire situation that recently Alex Preddy unfortunately found himself in.
We've been talking about the
they should not have been pushed aside by these putative federal officers.
We've been talking about Alex Preddy's execution by federal agents and the ongoing protests in Minneapolis, and then hopefully the greater general strike that should take place throughout the United States.
While they were prone and restrained. None of that. The entire situation should not have happened. 3,000 ICE and CBP officers should not have been deployed to Minneapolis in the first place. I will echo what some legal commentators have said. This is basically stochastic terrorism. If you send
it's absolutely stochastic terrorism.
Psychopaths with guns into a place where people are angry, where they are not effectuating the law, you don't know who's going to die, but you know that people are going to die. And I think that President...
Okay, that's awesome. I'm not going to post screenshots for obvious reasons, but I have been alerted that a bunch of the top posts in r/massive cock are anti-ICE now, and anyone who defends ICE in the comments is getting yelled down. That's awesome.
Trump and I think that Stephen Miller have blood on their hands because this is what they wanted. It's honestly incredible that the people of Minneapolis and Minnesota have shown as much restraint as they have, and that they have not taken the bait and they have not responded to violence with violence. And that's incredible. And it deserves commendation, not the least of which because they're not going to be the last. It's going to come to other cities, predominantly blue and majority Democratic cities, because what ICE and CBP are doing is a terror campaign. It is a pretext that they are effectuating anything related to immigration at this point. And also, I will point out that there are a lot of people doing a lot of good. There are a lot of lawyers working overtime. Right after this happened, lawyers who had already received a temporary restraining order saying that ICE could not employ unconstitutional methods to restrain and punish all of the protesters, filed an emergency motion with the Court of Appeals to lift an administrative stay that was put in place, which is a thing that often happens. And it's insane that they would need a TRO in the first place to restrain these people en masse from conducting unconstitutional raids and unconstitutional methods. But the declarations from people who were on the scene and saw Alex Preddy shot with their own eyes, it's crazy that lawyers would respond within a few hours and get that in front of a judge. It's also, there was some parallel litigation from the Minnesota Bureau in charge of the investigation that was stymied by ICE, which is another thing for another day, within a few hours they had a motion in front of a judge seeking a temporary restraining order to prevent ICE from destroying evidence because they already mucked up the crime scene. The declarations and affidavits from people in support of that are also incredible. And another incredible thing that is within 2 hours, a Trump-appointed judge granted the TRO. And, these are not perfect mechanisms. It's something that in the past has helped to prevent ICE from destroying evidence, which I think they did in the case of Jonathan Ross when they took all of the stuff out of his house and put it God knows where. It probably goes without saying, but it's unfortunate and it's crazy that we cannot trust federal officers in the first place, but we also cannot trust them to investigate. There are also things that Congress can and should do immediately. Obviously, they should not fund ICE in the future, but that's the table stakes. We need to have serious curtailment of the immunity that exists. Federal officers do not have absolute immunity, but they do have strong immunity, and it is incredibly difficult to sue the federal government when you have had your constitutional rights deprived.
Sorry, I'm opening articles.
On a state level, when state actors
I have some more to say about this.
Unbelievably easy for Congress to amend the current laws to provide a right of action for people to be able to sue, to remove qualified immunity unnecessarily, and to prevent all this stuff in the future, because the current framework for immunity for people who commit heinous crimes like these, I think it's untenable and it's disgusting. And then, of course, the people who are responsible for this at the very top need to be impeached. This is an impeachable offense. Like I said, I truly believe that this is, or some version of this is exactly what Donald Trump and Stephen Miller wanted. And in some sense, they have gotten what they wanted. And now it's time for them to be removed from office because they are absolutely unfit from top to bottom. It needs to be removed root and stem. And if you thought it couldn't get any more craven than it is, within hours of Alex Preddy's shooting, Pam Bondi sent a letter to Governor Tim Walz saying that if they would turn over voter information, then they would withdraw ICE from Minneapolis.
Which is sickening. It just shows exactly what they're behind.
Confession that this was never about immigration, and that on some level this is about winning the next election, and that if you thought that these people couldn't get any more craven, they can, and they will, and they did.
They're going to continue to do this forever.
I'm flabbergasted from everything that's happened. The thing that I keep coming back to is how incredible the people who are resisting are doing in the face of such adversity, and how they are rising to the occasion. I believe Attorney General Bondi said that this country was formed for respect for law enforcement. I actually think that could not be further from the truth. This country was formed by resisting and rebelling against tyranny, and that tradition is what I think people point to when they say that we engage in American activity, and we should continue to do so. I know people want to do something, and our options are limited. One thing that you can do that was recommended to me by commentator Will Stansel, who is on the ground in Minneapolis, is to donate to the Lawyers Guild of Minnesota, the ACLU of Minnesota, or Minarca of Minnesota. They are on the ground providing legal relief to the people who have been caught up in this terrible web, and are helping out the people who have been victimized by this reign of terror. So I'll leave some links in the description for that. Yesterday was a really, really bad day, but there are some glimmers of hope, and it shows that they'll come for the best of us, but that we can fight back.
Here's Don Lemon interviewing a man.
All right, is Trump still fucking talking?
Ability matters. Venezuelan oil has been sanctioned for many years, and the oil just flew, those sanctions were not enforced. That oil just floated out, trafficked by bad actors of the world. The resources weren't gone to a central place. The corruption and decline of Venezuela.
If we're talking about Venezuela, we're talking about Greenland. We're not talking about Minneapolis, are we? That's weird.
In the United States, in crime, in drugs, in kidnappings, and in taking a huge resource base and making it not exploited, not developed, the whole world is a poorer, less opportunity-rich place because of that. When you have materials
He's like
underground,
playing
they've
with
been
his
underground for
desk.
millions
He's
of
not
years.
paying
That
attention.
does not make them a resource. That does not make
Huge.
them
Don't fucking
valuable
wink
for
at
your
people.
country, your people, or the world. They only become a resource with technology, with capital.
He's not
with rule of
listening.
law, and a system
Bro
of
is
governance
not
that
listening.
encourages
This is the
harnessing
president of
those
the United
resources to make
States.
the better world. And we see here the dramatic contrast.
He's
between
looking
the
at his
United
fucking
States,
phone.
which may have less oil underground.
He's looking at
than
his fucking
Venezuela,
phone under the
20
table, bro.
times the production of Venezuela, 20 times the impact of human betterment, massively better quality of living here in the United States. That was at risk under the last administration. We've seen a lot of attacks on the energy that makes the world go round. President Trump's election has removed those risks, has embraced reality about how the world is energized, and we are at record production of oil in the United States, record production in natural gas in the United States. We've seen a meaningful decline in gasoline prices, diesel prices, travel
He
prices.
looks like how I look when I'm trying to pay attention in a
President
lecture.
Trump is taking the genius of a different way to try to solve a 25-year festering problem in Venezuela, that all the traditional things have not worked. But ordering both a tremendous military operation to remove the heads of a criminal organization masquerading as a government, and then to use the power of our military, not to fire bullets, but to stop the flow of Venezuelan oil to the world, immediately gave us leverage over the interim authorities in Venezuela and has allowed us to be in this position today where the actions of this government can massively improve Venezuela for the better, and the bigger impact is to massively improve the quality of life, affordability, safety, and security of the United States. Very proud to be here. And we'll turn it over to Mark Nelson, who's the vice chairman of Chevron. Chevron has been in Venezuela for over 100 years, continuously.
Or Chevron is here at the
Mike
fucking
Wirth,
meeting.
The CEO, had a knee replacement recently. He's not here. Mark is a tremendous leader in our industry, and I'll turn it over to him.
Thank you, Secretary Wright. Again, I'll send Mike Wirth's regrets. He really wanted to be here, Mr. President.
Great guy.
On his behalf, I have 3 very quick thank yous and an assurance I'd like to provide you all. The first thank you, Mr. President, is to you. It's thank you for convening this gathering. It's thank you for your leadership.
They're just sucking the dick and balls.
Continuing to keep
They're tickling his fucking taint.
Domination in the forefront.
Oh, you're
So
such
thank
a
you.
good guy,
Thank you
Mr.
for-
President.
Thank you very much.
The second thank you actually is to the cabinet. So Secretary Rubio, Secretary Burgum, Secretary Wright, your ability and commitment to continue to engage with the parties around the table.
Oh my God, it's so embarrassing.
Is greatly appreciated. So thank you for that. And the final thank you actually would go to our Venezuelan employees of Chevron. They have been working tirelessly to operate safely, protect the environment in country, and their dedication and skill will help us in this next chapter. And finally, I'll close with the assurance. For more than a century, Chevron has been a part of Venezuela's past. We are certainly committed to its present, and we very much look forward as a proud American company to help it build a better future. And so, Mr. President, thank you for your leadership.
And you really suffered there. You stuck it out. A lot of people left. A lot of big companies left. Many of the people sitting at this table left because of the safety.
All right, let's step away from this for a second. I'm gonna throw up. I have a couple of articles that I wanted to go through. Just additional information about all of the situation that's going on. I'll throw some music on as well. Yeah, right? You're so fucking right. Thanks for the follow, Silverfish. I just checked. I wasn't paying attention to YouTube chat, but there's been some fucking weirdos in there. Somebody in here saying they low-key love Border Patrol. You're a fucking idiot. I'm so sorry. No real points, so you're just gonna go in and attack my appearance. Boring. Washed up. Alright, let's talk about something genuinely horrifying. Fearing ICE, parents make plans for their children's care. Some families give legal authority to others to make key decisions about a child's life if a parent is detained and deported. Brian Todd was watching football on January 11th when federal immigration officers pulled into his driveway, walked over to his neighbor's house on the east side of St. Paul, detained the adults, and left behind 2 children under 15 years old. Todd, who has children about the same age, took them in. For days afterward, he tried to track down family from out of state. It took nearly a week until a relative picked up the children. Some immigration parents, fearful for their children facing similar uncertainty if they were to be arrested, detained, or deported, are taking the extreme step of legally transferring parental authority to teachers, co-workers, fellow parishioners, and neighbors. The anxiety heightened after reports of federal agents detaining children as young as 5 years old. Many immigrants are now signing documents called a delegation of parental authority. It legally empowers a third party to make all decisions, educational, medical, travel, for the minor children, short of giving them up for adoption. It's unknown how many immigrant families have signed such documents, but in the months leading up to the surge, immigrant advocacy organizations have held group information and notarization events to help families navigate decisions about custody handoffs. Those events mostly have gone underground after waves of immigrant agents arrived in Minnesota in December. Oh look, another idiot came into the YouTube chat. Very cool. Unidos, Minnesota Executive Director Amelia Gonzalez-Avalos said it's a difficult decision that comes with risks, but families are doing it to ensure their children's basic needs are met. We're going to have to deal with a crisis where US-born children are being abandoned because the government is taking the people who are responsible for them. DHS Assistant Secretary Tricia McLaughlin did not answer specific questions about the detainments, but said ICE policy is to not separate families, which is total bullshit. It's always been their policy. They love separating families. I have no idea. I can't see from here. I'm not like looking at it. I honestly, is there a way to put like mods in the chat in YouTube chat? I don't know if there is. I kind of just been doing the YouTube chat thing just to kind of get a little more attention, I guess, get more eyes on. And honestly, it's fine for me if they decide to comment and like leave messages and stuff, because that still boosts my algo. I don't give a shit. You generally don't have the YouTube yet, it doesn't matter. Most of the time, it just like it's not important. Yeah, adding this to the list, absolutely. Parents are asked if they want to be removed with their children or if they would like. ICE will place the children with a safe person that the parent designates, McLaughlin said in a written statement. This is consistent with past administration's immigration enforcement. McLaughlin also said parents can take control of their departure by self-deporting. For those who take up the offer, the federal government will give them $2,600 and a free flight to their destination country. As if you're ever going to see that fucking money. Jennifer Arnold, a mother and community organizer, has parental authority for her work friend's children should the parents get deported. The arrangement says Arnold would care for them until the parents re-emerge on the other end of the immigration court system, and she could fly the kids to where they are. DOPAs have spread through immigrant circles in the past year, and not just among people who entered the country illegally, Arnold stressed. This includes people who have work permits because there's no guarantee that you can't be separated from your family, she said. Fear is in all places. People who have active asylum cases who are on their way to a green card. Arnold also helps connect at-risk immigrants with trusted notaries. With her translating, the Minnesota Star Tribune interviewed a mother from Mexico who says she filled out DOPAs for 2 daughters, aged 10 and 2, at an event in Colonial Market and Restaurant in South Minneapolis. Didn't they let a drug dealer self-deport rather than let him be sentenced here? Yeah, no, that happens. Because they don't care. They don't actually give a shit about making sure that, you know, we're punishing drug dealers or whatever. They just want to hurt people. That's all it is. It's a dedication to hurting people, to making life harder for a group of people that are already disproportionately targeted by the state for violence. The Mexican mother says she has a pending asylum case. She's had a pending asylum claim for years. Her greatest fear, the Mexican mother said, is that federal agents will detain her on her way to work while grocery shopping, the only time she's in public. Being deported to Mexico would upend her family's lives. She also fears being in indefinite detention without knowing whether her daughters are being taken care of. I want people to understand that we are being treated like we're criminals, but our crime is that we've come here and we've been working, the Mexican mother said. She and her wife chose a longtime friend who they've known for 10 years to assume responsibility for their kids because they don't have any blood relatives in America with the ability to escort the girls out of the country. Some teachers feel like they're in social work. Some metro schools with large populations of immigrant students have DOPAs on file. Gabby Benavente, a bilingual associate educator who works with migrant kids at a Minneapolis public school, said conversations with her students' parents have shifted over the past year. She said it's gone from general anxiety to an urgent need to plan who's choosing to stay, who's self-deporting, and who can be trusted to take custody of their children. One student's family faced that dilemma after the mother was detained, Benavente said. The kids wanted to stay in the United States, but the father was torn, fearful for his wife's safety in their unstable country of origin, Ecuador. They came to her for help connecting someone who can set up a change in custody. In my role, I've had to step up and do all kinds of things that feel more like the field of social work, Benavente said. DOPA lasts for 12 months, but can be renewed indefinitely until the child turns 18, said Minnesota legal aid lawyer Feng Thao. If the parents are deported, the form can be mailed to the parents in a foreign country and sent back. The parent also can revoke custody at any point. Tao said that in most of the situations he's seen, parents are signing DOPAs to allow their children to stay in the U.S. where their futures are brighter, rather than hoping that hoping another adult can fly the children out of the country for reunification. It's very difficult to put into words what's going through the minds of these parents, Tao said. They have their own concerns and their worries about themselves, and at the same time, they have to prepare for what happens to the kids in the event that they don't come home from work. Yeah, absolutely. Like, this shouldn't be a teacher's job, obviously. But, like, what else are you going to do? Like, what else is going to be done? It's so scary. We've got from The Guardian an article. Oh, I don't. How do I? I'm sorry, I'm closing this. From The Guardian, we've got "This is what fascism looks like. Terror in Minneapolis, reminiscent of civil war." Alex Preddy's death could be a moment of reckoning for Democrats to call time on Trump raging war on his people. Wearing helmets, gas masks, and camouflage fatigues, the federal agents took aim and prepared to open fire. It's like Call of Duty, one could be heard saying via a TV mic, referring to a first-person shooter military video game. So cool, huh? This was the scene on the streets of Minneapolis on Saturday after armed agents wearing masks and tactical vests wrestled 37-year-old Alex Preddy to the ground and shot him dead. The killing took place just over a mile from where Renee Good was fatally shot on the 7th of January, a scene that itself was less than a mile from where police murdered George Floyd in May of 2020. How many more residents, how many more Americans need to die or get badly hurt for this operation to end? The Minneapolis mayor Jacob Frey demanded at a press conference on Saturday, referring to the Trump administration's ongoing immigration crackdown in Minneapolis. An angry crowd gathered and swore profanities at federal officers, calling them cowards and telling them to go home, as they absolutely should. Donald Trump spoke of an American carnage in his first inaugural address 9 years ago. The U.S. president has surely delivered it by deploying immigration and customs enforcement agents to the streets of a major city in order to create a spectacle of terror reminiscent of a civil war or a video game. In the first year of his second presidency, Trump's ICE deployments have been carefully aimed at cities that are Democratic-led and often Black-led, as if imposing collective punishment for their defiance. Thank you so much for the follow, Parasocial Frauding. Awesome fucking name. Love that. That's fucking hilarious. In this, he is borrowing from an authoritarian playbook reminiscent of Saddam Hussein of Iraq, targeting the Kurds or Soviet leader Joseph Stalin, causing the Holodomor, or death by hunger in Ukraine. It is the same vengeful petulance that in the past week alone has seen Trump lash out at Canada and other NATO allies over perceived slights in Davos during his quest to conquer Greenland. Trump seems to reserve a special loathing for Minnesota because he lost the presidential elections there in 2016, 2020, and 2024, despite most neighboring states voting in his favor. He recently made the false claim that he won Minnesota all 3 times. In reality, no Republican, not even Ronald Reagan, has prevailed there since Richard Nixon in 1972. Minnesota is home to the biggest Somali community in the country, making it a target of Trump's animus. And this week, he described Somalis as low IQ people, not even trying to conceal his racism. It is also home to Somali-born Ilhan Omar, a progressive congresswoman who gets under Trump's skin. The state's government, Tim Walz, is a trenchant critic of the president who was Kamala Harris's running mate in the 2024 election she lost to Trump. In addition, toward the end of his first presidency, Minneapolis was the scene of the police murder of Floyd, a black man. Floyd's killing sparked Black Lives Matter protests that surged all the way to the doorstep of the White House. America felt febrile and fragile in those days. This is another of those moments. Trump has deployed 3,000 ICE officers and Customs and Border Protection agents to the ground in Minnesota, vastly outnumbering the 10 biggest local and state police agencies there combined. Many operate with masks, weapons, and swaggering impunity, but insufficient training in de-escalation techniques. Local politicians have been roughed up, legal observers hauled off without charge, school children tear-gassed, motorists dragged from their cars. Even Native Americans whose ancestors lived here long before the US existed have been stopped and questioned. Simply filming these agents is enough to be branded a domestic terrorist. Garrett Graff, a journalist and historian, wrote on his Doomsday Scenario blog this week, "This is what fascism looks like. There is no bright line between democracy and autocracy. It's a spectrum, and not all of the country will experience that switch at the same moment in the same way. But let's be clear, there is a US city living under an occupation by fascist presidential secret police right now." That conclusion was hard to avoid on Saturday. TV pictures showed the air thick with tear gas as agents forced one protester to the ground. He could be heard shrieking, "I'm a United States citizen! You're gonna kill me! Is that what you want? You want to kill me?" Nearby, a woman was kneeling and screaming as a man tried to comfort her. The protester fatally shot by a federal officer was identified as ICU nurse Alex Preddy. The Department of Homeland Security claimed that officers fired defensive shots after a man with a handgun approached them. Walz accused the authorities of a rush to judgment and called the shooting sickening. The DHS and other government authorities have already shredded their credibility with false and misleading claims in the past. A chorus of Democrats reacted in horror to the shooting and called on ICE to get out of Minneapolis, with some urging Congress to cut off its funding. I haven't seen all of that, I'll be honest with you. I think the Democrats still could do way more than they are, but they're not because they're spineless. And they have been completely spineless in opposition to this whole situation. Congresswoman Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez posted on the X social media platform, "Americans are being killed in the street by their government. Our Constitution is being shredded and our rights are dissolving. Resist. Senate Democrats should block ICE funding this week. Activate the National Guard. We can and must stop this." The past week in Davos felt like an inflection point when the Western leaders drew a line in the sand over Trump's bullying over Greenland and said, "No more." Preddy's death could be a similar moment of reckoning for Democrats and others in the domestic arena to call time on Trump waging war on his own people. Sitting conservatives blame the man who was murdered, pretend he was brandishing a gun, and claiming he deserved it because he didn't have an ID is just as horrifying as the video itself. I agree. I mean, this is a man that was a hero. This is a man that in his last moments attempted to save the life of a woman that he thought was in serious danger. And he paid for it with his life. They shot him in the street like a fucking animal because that's what they treated him as. That's what they see you as if you stand up to them, if you stand up to the power of the illegal occupation that is happening right now. These people do not have the authority to be there. They do not have the authority to do the things that they are, and they are being protected by the same government that is protecting pedophiles. J.B. Pritzker, the Democratic governor of Illinois, told the MS Now network, "We're in a precarious moment, and I just think that if we do not stop this now, we don't abolish Trump's ICE and make sure that we have a trained force that is following the law, this is going to erupt into something really terrible. It already is, but it could be vastly worse." Alright, and then this is a call to action for supporting the Guardian, which obviously, if you want to support news organizations, you know, pick and choose ones that you think are doing the right thing. I would like to then also pull up, here is The Verge article that says what I have been thinking, which is it doesn't actually matter if Alex Preddy had a gun. What is the point of law enforcement that doesn't follow the law? Good question. This is from Sarah Zhang. Shortly after federal agents killed Alex Preddy Saturday morning, the Department of Homeland Security began to run with the story that the dead man had been armed and dangerous. He had a gun, DHS said. A Bellingcat analysis of the video concludes that Preddy was unarmed when he was shot. He had approached the agents holding the gun, DHS said. He was holding a phone, the New York Times reports. Excuse me. Preddy died on his knees, surrounded by armed Border Patrol agents with shot after shot unloaded in his direction. Let's remember this isn't a single shot either. This is a man that is on the ground, held down by several officers, and they shot him in the back multiple times. America's Second Amendment is beloved by conservatives. Minnesota allows open carry with a permit. Preddy lived in a city where people are regularly being assaulted and even killed by the masked and armed men he was busy observing. So why has so much ink been spilled over the minutia of his behavior? Why is it so normal for law enforcement, those who are supposed to be keepers of law and order, to kill Americans? And why is the only question at the end of the day how much their victims deserved to die? In July 2020, DHS sent in over 100 federal officers from various agencies to my city of Portland, Oregon. They flooded downtown with a thick fog of brownish tear gas. This didn't neutralize the crowds, it merely hurt and enraged them. The city understood it was being intentionally tormented by sadists and chose to walk into the tear gas out of spite. Throughout the protests, politicians and media figures fixated on whether Portland and other cities were the site of protests or riots. The distinction was drawn solely based on the behavior of the protesters, whose actions were treated as if they occurred in a vacuum. But on the ground in Portland, that felt as if it was missing the point. The protesters' actions blurred the definition of nonviolence. They came wearing gas masks and carrying shields. People brought leaf blowers and intentionally blew the tear gas straight back at the agents who threw the canisters. Awesome. They chucked plastic water bottles at the feds because they hated them and thought it might be funny to bonk them on their militarized helmets. No one was trying to murder the feds, but nevertheless, it was not the same as linking arms and walking down the streets of Selma while singing. But if a riot was occurring in Portland, the feds had instigated it, preemptively escalating the situation with rubber bullets and pepper balls and gas canisters, weapons that don't simply blur the definition of non-lethal, but literally contradict it, because these are very lethal weapons. People die to non-lethal ordnance all the time. It is not non-lethal, it is less likely to be lethal. These unequal expectations were unfair to civilians, and they are being applied again, with greater weight and brutality, to the people of Minneapolis. It is obvious that ICE's presence in Minnesota is a source of conflict and anxiety. As feds leave disorder and fear in their wake, Minnesotans without training or state-issued protective gear are being asked to behave with greater restraint than the armed agents who are supposed to be upholding the law. It's literally registered as less lethal ammunition. Yeah. Early reporting would suggest that Preddy was violently killed while engaging non-violently with federal law enforcement. Videos show that he was holding a phone and moving to help a protester when agents grabbed him by the legs and wrestled him to the ground. The agents shout that he has a gun only after they've pinned him to the ground. But whatever happened, the physical coordinates of Preddy's purported gun in the few seconds leading up to his killing are far less relevant than the ongoing siege in the Twin Cities. What in the face of this aggression is so relevant about his demeanor, or his attitude, or how he approached the agents right before his death? Why must the victims of state violence be entrusted with the task of not escalating a situation when they are not drawing a salary or health insurance or pension on the taxpayer's dime? The people are being charged with keeping the peace, asked to stand firm against the federal agents who are disrupting it. This is a sick form of double taxation. Your paycheck gets docked so that a guy in a mask can beat you up while you try to calm him down. That's fine, dude. I'm not mad at you, Renee Good told ICE agents moments before they shot her through the side of the window in her car. 3 times in the face, remember. Did she deserve to die because she did an inadequate job of tempering their feelings? What is the point of pinning someone to the ground before pouring pepper spray in his face? What is the point of all of this except to anger the public and then to respond to that anger without even more force? ICE, CBP, and Border Patrol have proven themselves incapable of obeying the law, let alone enforcing it for others, unable to self-soothe, let alone keep the peace. ICE and its ilk are not an answer to the problem, but a problem with only one solution. They are malignant, they are worthless, and they should not exist. Hi again, YouTube chat. And listen, if you don't have anything to say about the things that I'm actually saying, I don't care what you think I look like. So, whatever. Moving on. I have a couple of 404 articles. I think this one's pretty interesting. ICE says critical evidence in abuse case was lost in a system crash a day before it was sued. Oh, that's so crazy. We don't have the resources to retain all of the footage. Wow, that's so bad. How did that happen? That's crazy. The federal government claims that a day before it was sued for allegedly abusing detainees in an ICE detention center, a system crash deleted nearly 2 weeks of surveillance footage from inside the facility. People detained at ICE's Broadview Detention Center in suburban Chicago sued the government on October 30th, according to their lawyers and the government, who was nearly 2 weeks of footage that could show how they were treated was lost in a system crash that happened on October 31st. The government said the data for that period was lost in a system crash apparently on the day after the lawsuit was filed. Alex Sodorovsky, one of the lawyers representing the people that detained at the facility, said in a hearing about the footage on Thursday that 404 media attended via phone. That period we think is going to be critical, because that's the period right before the lawsuit was filed. Earlier this week, we reported on the fact that the footage from October 20th to October 30th had been irretrievably destroyed. At a hearing Thursday, we learned more about what was lost and the apparent circumstances of the deletion. According to lawyers representing the people detained at the facility, it is unclear whether the government is even trying to recover the footage. Government lawyers, meanwhile, said, "We don't have the resources to continue preserving surveillance footage from the facility," and suggested the immigrants detained at the facility or their lawyers could provide endless hard drives where we could save the information. That might be one solution. Just so blatantly lying about, like, just so conveniently all of our stuff is gone the day after you subpoenaed us. It should be noted that ICE and Border Patrol agents continued to be paid during the government shutdown, that Trump's big beautiful bill provided $170 billion in funding for immigration enforcement and border protection, which included tens of billions of dollars in funding for detention centers. People detained at the facility are suing the government over alleged horrific treatment and living conditions at the detention center, which has become a site of mass protest against the Trump administration's mass deportation campaign. Solotarovsky said that the footage of the government has offered is from between September 28th and October 19th, and from between October 31st and November 7th. Government lawyers have said they are prepared to provide footage from 5 cameras from those time periods. Solotarovsky said the plaintiff's attorneys believe there are 63 surveillance cameras total at the facility. He added that over the last few weeks, the plaintiff's legal team has been trying to work with the government to figure out if the footage can be recovered, but it is unclear who is doing the work on the government side. He said they were referred to by a company called 5x5 Management that appears to be based out of a house, has supposedly been retained by the government. We tried to engage with the government through our IT specialist and hired a video forensics specialist, Solotarovsky said. He added that the government specialist they spoke to didn't really know anything beyond the basic specifications of the system. He wasn't able to answer any questions about preservation or attempts to recover the data. He said that the government eventually put him in touch with a person who ostensibly was involved in those events, attempting to recover the data, and it was kind of a no-name LLC called 5x5 Management that appears to be based out of a house in Carroll Stream. We were told they were on site and involved with the system when the October 20th or 30th data was lost, but nobody has told us that 5x5 Management or anyone else has been trying to recover the data, and also very importantly, things like system logs, administrator logs, event logs, data in the system that may show changes to settings or configurations or deletion events, or people accessing the system at important times. For those of you that are in the audience right now who work with, technology, what are the odds that a system crash happens right as you get subpoenaed that deletes exactly 10 of the most important days of information? And then what are the odds that that stuff is entirely irretrievable from that point? Even with, no expense spared recovery information or information and data recovery technology. I know sometimes data is truly irretrievable, but it just seems awfully conspicuously convenient for them that these are the 10 most critical days for the investigation that they were just about to go into. And also, they're only offering 6 of their purported over 60 cameras. And they're only saying that we'll give you 5 of them. 5 cameras out of 63. And they won't give them admin logs. They won't give them anything. Again, I am doubting that the information is entirely irretrievable, and even if it is entirely irretrievable, then they should at least give them access to the logs for their system, just to prove that no tampering took place. But they're not going to do that. So 5x5 Management also could not be reached for comment. That's strange. Solotarovsky said these logs are going to be critical for determining whether the loss was intentional. We are deeply concerned that nobody is trying to recover the data, and nobody is trying to preserve the data that we're going to need for this case going forward. Jana Brady, an assistant U.S. Attorney General, a U.S. Assistant Attorney representing the Department of Homeland Security in the case, did not have much information about what had happened to the footage, and said she was trying to get in touch with contractors the government had hired. She also said the government should not be forced to retain surveillance footage from every camera at the facility, and that we, the federal government, don't have the resources to save all of the video footage. Then get it! You're putting $170 billion into this and you just don't have the resources? You don't have the resources. Get the fucking resources then. Use that money for something that's actually important instead of just bullying people in the streets and kidnapping citizens. And it's finger pointing. It's like, oh, it's not my fault. Sorry, that's not my department. Oh, it's somebody else. We're trying to get in touch with this person. We're trying to get in touch with that person. We need to keep in mind proportionality. It took a huge effort to download and save and produce the video footage that we are producing, and to say that we have to produce and preserve the video footage indefinitely for 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, indefinitely, which is what they're asking. We don't have the resources to do that, Brady said. We don't have the resources to save all the video footage 24/7 for 65 cameras for basically the end of time. How hard is that? That's not that expensive? That's what I was fucking thinking. Oh, don't bully the billion-dollar corporation. It's the government. It's the government, and they print the money. Yeah, this should. I mean, it should probably have all been saved on the cloud too. Well, I guess if it's like security footage for a facility, it probably should be on an on-site black box. But like, they should have. They just put $170 billion into funding this. You're telling me you can't find a couple $100 for an AWS subscription? She added that the government would be amenable to saving all footage if the plaintiffs have endless hard drives that we could save things to. Because again, we don't have resources to do what the court is ordering us to do. But if they have endless hard drives where we could save the information, that might be one solution. What if Elon actually damaged something important and now they don't have properly working systems? I mean, it's probably all... I mean, okay, so not for nothing, but Grok did just get put into, like, all the DHS, right? Why are they not using the data centers to store all that information? I feel like that could be some of the money that's being given in the contract, right? I'm just saying. If you don't have the processing power, you can rent it from fucking the you know, child exploitation material CSAM machine. Magistrate Judge Laura McNally said they aren't being preserved from now until the end of time. They're being preserved for now, and said, I'm guessing the federal government has more resources than the plaintiffs here, and I'll just leave it at that. Awesome. When McNally asked if the footage was gone and not recoverable, Brady said, that's what I've been told. I've asked for the name and phone number for the person that is most knowledgeable from the vendor attempting to recover the footage, and if I need to depose them to confirm this, I can do this, she said. But I have been told that is not recoverable, that the system crashed. Plaintiffs in the case say they are being held in inhumane conditions. The complaint describes a facility where detainees are confined at Broadview inside overcrowded holding cells containing dozens of people at a time. People are forced to attempt to sleep for days or sometimes weeks on plastic chairs or on the filthy concrete floor. They are denied sufficient food and water. The temperatures are extreme and unforgivable. The physical conditions are filthy, with poor sanitation, clogged toilets, and blood, human fluids, and insects in the sinks and the floor. Federal officers who patrol Broadview under defendant's authority are abusive and cruel. Punitive class members are routinely degraded, mistreated, and humiliated by these officers. All of that is fucking monstrous. These are concentration camps. They are locking these people up in concentration camps to rot. And that's fucking monstrous. You can't just do that to people. Even criminals deserve the human decency to be treated. If you have to detain someone, you should at least treat them with the fucking respect that a human deserves. Going along with that, we have another article here from the same 404 page. Google has chosen a side in Trump's mass deportation effort. Google is hosting a Customs and Border Protection app that uses facial recognition to identify immigrants and tell local cops whether to contact ICE about the person, while simultaneously removing apps designed to warn local communities about the presence of ICE officials. ICE spotting app developers tell 404 Media the decision to host CBP's new app and Google's description of ICE officials as a vulnerable group in need of protection shows that Google has made a choice on which side to support during the Trump administration's violent mass deportation effort. Google removed certain apps used to report sightings of ICE officials, and then they immediately turned around and approved an app that helps the government unconstitutionally target an actual vulnerable group. That's inexcusable. Mark, the creator of Eyes Up, an app that aims to preserve and map evidence of ICE abuses, said. 404 Media only used the creator's first name to protect them from retaliation. Their app is currently available on the Google Play Store, but Apple has removed it from the App Store. Google wanted to not be evil back in the day. Well, they're evil now, Mark added. The CBP app, called Mobile Identify and launched last week, is for local and state law enforcement agencies that are part of an ICE program that grants them certain immigration-related powers. The 287G Task Force Model (TFM) program that allows these local officers to make immigration arrests during routine police enforcement, and essentially turns police officers into ICE agents. In case you were wondering if the pigs were working together, according to the New York Civil Liberties Union. At the time of writing, ICE has TFM agreements with 596 agencies in 34 states, according to ICE's website. Only evil people have "Don't be evil" as a mission statement. Actually, good people don't need to remind you of it over and over again. Yeah, absolutely. Never forget that when Google was split up into Alphabet, the "Don't be evil" clause from Google's mission statement was not transferred to Alphabet's. After a user scans someone's face with Mobile Identify, the app tells users to contact ICE and provides a reference number, or to not detain the person depending on the result. A source with knowledge of the app previously told 404 Media. 404 Media also examined the app's code and found multiple references to face scanning. A Google spokesperson told 404 Media in an email, "This app is only usable with an official government login and does not publicly broadcast specific user data or location. Play has robust policies, and when we find a violation, we take action." Last month, Google removed an app called Red Dot. That app, in much the same vein as the more well-known ICE Block, lets ordinary people report sightings of ICE officials on a map interface. People could then receive alerts of nearby ICE activity. Anonymous, community-driven tool for reporting and receiving ICE activity alerts, Red Dot's website reads. Red Dot's removal came after a cascading series of events starting in September. That month, 29-year-old Joshua Jean opened fire at an ICE facility in Dallas, killing 2 detainees and wounding another. Authorities say Jean used his phone to search for ICE spotting apps, including ICE blocks, before the shooting, Fox reporting. A short while after, the Department of Justice contacted Apple and demanded to remove ICE Block, which Apple did, despite such an app being First Amendment protected speech. Both Apple and Google then removed Red Dot, which works similarly from their respective app stores. Google previously told 404 Media it did not receive any outreach from the Department of Justice about the issue at that time. The company said it removed apps that share the location of what it described as a vulnerable group, a veiled reference to ICE officials. In what is clearly a completely unrelated subject, insane clown posses sure are cool, and being a juggalo is a positive thing. I don't know what's up with Insane Clown Posse recently. That's not something I'm tuned into. A representative for Red Dot told 404 Media in an email they see 100% dissonance in Google's position. Google removed the app, claiming it harms ICE agents, while continuing to host a CBP app that uses facial recognition to identify immigrants for detention and deportation. Oh, invest in buying clown face paint because AI can't recognize clowns as having faces? Really? This is unequivocally morally and ethically wrong. We are deeply concerned about the number of violations that must be occurring to deploy AI facial recognition on people for the purpose of making arrests. It is a clear and unacceptable case of selective application of their policies, they added. The representative did not provide their name. Google's decisions to host CBP's immigrant hunting app while removing one designed to warn people about the presence of ICE has concerned free speech experts. Providing tech services to supercharge ICE operations while blocking tools that support accountability of ICE officers is entirely backwards, Kate Renee, director of the Center for Democracy and Technology's Free Expression Project, told 404 Media. ICE is currently deploying armed, masked agents to take people from daycares, street corners, parking lots, and even their own homes, often based on paper-thin suspicion and frequently with unjustifiable use of force. It is the mothers, fathers, children's, friends, neighbors, and co-workers being targeted by ICE who are most vulnerable in this situation. ICE agents don't want to face accountability for their actions, but documenting ICE and other police activities is essential to guard against abuse of power and improper conduct. Courts have recognized for decades that tracking and reporting on law enforcement activities is an important and time-honored public accountability mechanism, she continued. Ruan said apps like this are an exercise of First Amendment protected rights. As with any other app, if someone misuses it to engage in unlawful activity, they can be held accountable. Google should restore these services immediately, she added. Joshua Aaron, the creator of IceBlock, told 404 Media, "Big tech continues to put profit and power over people under the guise of keeping us safe. Right now, we are at a turning point in our nation's history. It's time to choose sides, fascism or morality. Big tech has already made their choice." Obviously, we were talking last stream about flock cameras and the surveillance that has been going on and how those are working with law enforcement officials. I mean, it's more of the same, right? It's more of the same. I think we've been live for about 3 hours, so I'm gonna go over this Mother Jones article, rest my voice a little bit, and then we're gonna check the ongoing protests, see how that's going. This one is a Mother Jones article that goes over how all of this happened, essentially. How ICE became Trump's very own paramilitary force. Over the past few weeks, Minneapolis has looked like a city under siege. The Trump administration has sent roughly 3,000 federal agents to Minnesota in what Todd Lyons, acting director of Immigration and Customs Enforcement, has called the largest immigration operation ever. This comes as protests have spread around Minneapolis and across the country, demanding that ICE leave Minnesota and other states following the death of Renee Good, a 37-year-old Minneapolis resident and U.S. citizen who was killed by an ICE officer as she observed federal agents. While the Trump administration has labeled her a domestic terrorist who tried to run over the agent with her car, multiple videos show Good appearing to drive away. As protests continued, Minnesota Governor Tim Walz has mobilized the state National Guard, while President Donald Trump has threatened to use the Insurrection Act to send in the military. The Pentagon has since readied 1,500 soldiers for deployment. ICE and other immigration agents are operating in ways we've never seen before in this country, but their tactics and weapons are not entirely new. Investigative journalist Radley Balko is the author of Rise the Warrior Cop and host of Collateral Damage, a podcast about America's war on drugs. He's been tracking police militarization for decades and how it's tied to America's long-running drug war. On this week's More to the Story, Balko describes what he's seeing today from law enforcement as one of his worst fever dreams. Law enforcement leaders around the country are horrified by what they're seeing. Balko says, "Nobody thinks that how Trump is using law enforcement right now is appropriate or consistent with the principles of a free society." Oh, is this a... And then I guess this is the 30-minute go over. I thought this was going to go over it. That's so sad. Okay. Well. That sucks. Either way. This has the right. What's going on? Is Trump still talking? What is he saying?
Business there by buying oil, and I want to just tell President Xi and President Putin, but more so in this case President Xi, because they do need a lot of oil, and we are open for business in the United States, and we are open for business in Venezuela, right? Go ahead, sure.
Mr. President,
You know,
what
I
is
could,
your
I could take questions from these people all day long. You know, they're sitting here, and generally, they're very rich.
This is
very
stupid. You're
powerful,
right. All of the stuff
but
that's
nobody
happening
gives
right
a
now
damn
is
about
stupid.
them. It's a sad thing. You have all that money, all that power, and look at all these crazy questions. We could do this all day long, and they wouldn't be satisfied.
I have a question on today's meeting, Mr.
We'll
President.
take a few more,
I have
though.
a question on today's meeting, Mr. President.
Do you have? Let me ask you more importantly. Do you have any questions from the biggest?
Yes, sure.
Hold it. Do you have any questions for the biggest people on earth, the biggest business people, the biggest companies anywhere on earth? Do you have any questions for these people? No. Do you have a question for them? Go ahead. Go ahead. Ask them a question.
to rebuilding the oil infrastructure in Venezuela? And for the executives in the room, what do you need from the administration in order to invest?
That's a good question. Do you want to go and answer that question?
Yeah,
Exxon, small company.
I'll refer you back to the statements I made before. There are a number of legal and commercial frameworks that would have to be established to even understand what kind of returns that we'd get on the investments. So I think all the investments and the opportunity sets, I think everyone sitting around this table would have the opportunity and the know-how and the capability to make the investment.
It's just straight up not our oil.
Ultimately be how durable are the protections from a financial standpoint, what do the returns look like, what are the commercial arrangements, the legal frameworks, all those things have to be put in place in order to make a decision to understand what your return would be over the next several decades that these $1 billion investments would be made on.
You know, could I do this? Because we have, again, the biggest people on the planet Earth around this table, biggest companies in the world. I'd like to just ask them to introduce themselves. We'll start from this end and go around to here. And if you have anything to quickly say, we can do that. But you want to just start right over here? These two guys, we'll leave them out because they're with us. Please.
Thank you, President Trump. John Addison at VTOL. We're here to ensure that you are going to be able to move all of this oil all around the world at the best price possible so that the influence that you have over the Venezuelans will ensure that you get what you want.
Ew.
Thank you.
Ew.
Thank you, Mr. President. Brian Sheffield of Formentera. My grandfather, Hugh Sheffield, was president of ARCO, Venezuela.
Right.
Thank you for what you did.
Do you like what we're doing?
There's a lot of shale there, a lot of upside.
He would be very happy looking down. He'd be very proud of you right now, right?
Yes, sir.
Good. Thank you.
Mr. President, Luis
That's
Rodriguez.
so stupid.
I'm probably the only Venezuelan American sitting on around this table. I want to personally thank you for the courage of your actions over the last couple of weeks. I think I speak, and I speak of Venezuela in general in saying there's optimism. You've brought optimism.
I don't think that's actually the
And
general
if the conditions
consensus
are met,
in Venezuela.
the opportunity is absolutely immense.
I agree with that. That's true. Thank you. Well said, too. It's
Same
immense,
courage,
isn't it?
yeah, absolutely.
Tremendous opportunity. Thank you.
Richard Holton from Trafigura. We're working with your administration, Mr. President, to bring that Venezuelan oil to the United States. Our first vessel
Looks
should
like
load
this
in the next
is,
week.
this ended.
Good job. Thank you.
I think the reason that most of us are here and thinking about the future is because we trust you initially to set this program up that will work and guarantee that this can be done. And there's a huge investment that needs to be done. We've all agreed on that. And certainly we need time to see that through. So thank you for what you've done.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Mr. President, I'm Lane Riggs, CEO of Valero Energy, and we're one of those companies that refineries in the U.S. are uniquely configured to run Venezuelan oil, and we're more than happy as this opportunity expands for us to further invest in our refineries to produce more of it.
And you're very much set up for the heavy oil, right?
Yes, sir.
That's great. That's great. We're ready for it.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you for having us here.
Thank you.
And thank you for opening the door to a better Venezuela. We are a Spanish company, but we are fully committed to invest here in the States. We have invested over the last 15 years, $21
Sorry,
billion.
I don't care about you, Trump. This is more important. Oh my god. Oh, holy shit. Holy fucking shit. This is live. This is a live feed. I wish it wasn't all in my right ear, but... Fucking kick those cans. Yeah! Fucking was pulling his gun? We got, this is CNN. Let's pull up the CNBC.
Fuck ice, fuck ice, fuck ice.
Fuck ice, yeah, bro.
Fuck ice, fuck ice, fuck ice.
Hell yeah.
Fuck ice, fuck ice, fuck ice, fuck ice, fuck ice.
Again, it's all in my right ear.
Fuck ice, fuck ice, fuck ice, fuck ice.
Yep, they're just fucking storming him. Nobody's fucking scared of them anymore. They are pissed. They broke the fucking line, bro. I think this was the same. Yeah, I just saw this from the other. Same shit. This was yesterday, it looks like. Just shooting at people. And I know it's like non-lethal ammunition, but it's less lethal. It's just like Call of Duty. Yep. Fucking thugs. Look at these fucking thugs. Look at this dumpy motherfucker here. Look at this dumpy motherfucker with the gun in the front. These fucking spousal abusers. Oh, and they're just getting him. They're just taking him for no fucking reason. What did he do? What did he do? Stupid motherfuckers. They're disorganized as fuck. They're just wandering around. Walking into their own fucking tear gas. It's just racists. It's just racists who want to hurt people. People fucking hate them. And they're just throwing ammunition at them. They're not doing anything. This is literally peaceful protesting. And that's what they get for it, I guess. Just fucking charge these motherfuckers. Like these are the kind of people we should be, I can't say that. That's Fed posting. I'm not gonna Fed post. I already got banned from flying once. This is so much more peaceful. We were saying this yesterday. This is so much more peaceful than a French protest. Shit would be on fire. And those are considered peaceful protests. I love the people with the buckets covering up the tear gas canisters. Still, it's threats to disperse when they have the right to peaceful assembly. Yes, dude. Look at this guy. This is Antifa? This is not my grandpa.
I'm fine. I didn't breathe anything. I'm just angry. I'm 7 years old. Fucking angry.
Yes, dude. Absolutely. What a fucking hero. This guy rules. Dude's rock. He's handing out water bottles to people. That's Grantifa. Bro tanks it. Bro tanks it and walks away with a water bottle. Look at him just milling around. The fucking idiots. People in the chat on this are being so fucking bootlickers. Like, oh my god. People are so ready to gargle the laces on these fucking boots. People are so ready to be like, to associate morality with legality. And like, they're so ready to jump on the law's cock as soon as the law is on their side. Just think of what it would be like, what it would have been like if Obama did any of this. If Obama had sent ICE to a Republican city, it would have been fucking chaos. Just saying. I love hearing the crowd too. Yeah, absolutely. This isn't a legal occupation. Yeah, YouTube's chat is full of fucking weird racists. YouTube has long been part of the, like, alt-right pipeline, unfortunately. I know that... I don't know if it's like they're probably not algorithmically guided, but like for so long people have been hosted on YouTube that are part of this pipeline that will just lead you down further and further into the cesspool. And again, look at all these dumpy motherfuckers in their sweatshirts. They're not in uniform. They're masked officers with gas masks. Yes, look at these motherfuckers. They're just out there. These are just angry citizens. They got buckets. All of the ICE agents have guns and tear gas and flashbangs, and they got fucking buckets. Those are the heroes. What fucking side are you on, motherfucker? They have nothing better to do but protest because they're unemployed. Yeah, that's why they're protesting, dumbass. Like, I would be pissed off if I was unemployed right now. They're also striking. So they're not unemployed. They're not going to work. They are striking. There's a general strike. It's not live. I understand. This is yesterday's footage. I still thought it was important to see these videos. Because it looks like all of the live stuff has been taken down. And it's like, it's just marching today. Trying to see if I can find more live, like more live stuff. Fuck yeah, dude. Yeah, it's just, I think this is just looping. Unless they're moving it again. What is this here? Is this... Is this just the same? This is the same footage. I mean, it's from the AP. At the very least, this is, yeah, I'm gonna put this up for now, and we'll keep looking and see if we can find something live. Oh, looks like maybe the federal, sorry, the National Guard may have been called off.
Fucking bums! Bum ass pigs is all you fucking are! Bum! Look at me in the eye! You are a fucking bum here!
I smell bitches. Fuck yeah. Fuck yeah. If he didn't fucking do this, you moron. I'm not supporting Obama. I'm just, it was an example. I still think he's a war criminal and should be in jail.
Hello, motherfucker.
Howdy, howdy. Welcome in, welcome in. I'm doing okay. I mean, I'm doing fine. I'm doing as well as I can, all things considered, with all this bullshit that's been going on. I still think this is all... This might all still be yesterday. Yeah, same guy.
I'm fine. I don't even breathe anything. I'm just angry. I'm 7 years old and fucking angry. Oh, fuck off. I don't think I'll need it, but we'll try it.
You got stabbed? Are you saying like you got a shot? Same day, different story. Alright.
Here's Don Lemon interviewing a man, we just know him as
Pull him
Jack,
over.
on the ground out in front of an ICE facility.
What's your name? My name's Jack. We're just trying to help pick up some release detainees. You know, they're left out in the cold, and get them some supplies, get them home, whatever they need. So.
Cool, thank you.
It was nice to meet you, Doc.
Do they come out here?
Yeah.
When they release them?
Yeah, we got, you know, a whole little system. We're kind of, whatever you call these.
Do you know when they're going to let them out?
We don't know when. Yeah.
And they just they just walk out?
They just drop them out. I'm looking for somebody with a jail bag, and then we go and help out.
Do they even have the it's freezing today?
What I'm told is they've been taken. No, they don't have the right clothes. So in some ways, ICE should be thanking us because that's like another type of murder. You know, throw them out in this weather, you don't last very long. So, but basically, I'm told they've been taking IDs if they're brown, and then also phones no matter what. So we try to get them burner phones, things like that. Get them around.
Oh, just stealing their phones.
What do you think of these tactics?
It's just, it doesn't feel right, man. I don't. How do you? I don't even want to entertain an argument. You know, it's just like. You think about these kind of two-way fetish people. Here's your moment. This isn't small government. I know that. So it's just hard to stomach. That's all.
Thank you for the work you're doing. How many people have you helped so far?
So this is my first day. I just started a new job. I get 2 days off a week, 2:30 to 11 p.m. So when I'm off, I'm going to be here. I just learned of this group that's kind of doing some meaningful stuff and do my part a little bit. You know.
Why get involved?
It's a beautiful city. It's a beautiful country in a lot of ways, and I just don't see us staying that way unless people stand up.
Yeah, it's a cold day. You could be on your couch watching a football game, your feet up.
That's exactly what I'd be doing, to be honest. But it's who else is going to do it?
Who else is going to do it?
At this point, it's not the police. We need the people.
What's your name again?
Jack.
Jack.
Yes.
Come here, brother.
Yes.
You had a run-in with ICE last week? Are you okay?
That's what people need to do, man. You're amazing. That's what people do. Oh, this really upsets you. Why?
It's, you don't want people to die. You don't want. That's a tough one for me. But it just seems so clear. It's not right. It used to be like, oh, you're going too far with these Nazi references. Now it's like, how do you not make those comparisons? You know, I don't know. I used to try to stay away from that. It escalates things, but.
No, it's like this.
Looking out here. I don't know how to.
I know some people. Some people are like, oh, you are going too far when you call these people Nazis, but it's not like it's not an insult, right? When I say someone is a Nazi, I mean, the things that they are doing are shit that Nazis do. And, like, that is a serious accusation. And if you're insulted by that, you should really fucking think about that. Why did I choose to use that word?
Get in, you know, stomach it, the whole deal. So.
Well, you're doing, but you have to be willing to sacrifice something, and you are.
Yes,
so
and your reporting has a lot of meaning too.
Thank you, brother.
Thank you, Don.
Impressive.
Yeah, I mean, those Nazi references aren't. Obviously, they're becoming more and more, I think, easier for people to.
It's so much easier to justify now,
describe
obviously, but
ICE as a Gestapo, draw those comparisons.
Also, don't orient.
oh, did they demand your fucking papers? A thing they just cannot do?
This is America.
100%.
Like, they shouldn't be able
slave
to.
Catchers that have also been described to, but
It's slave
can we just
catchers
put
for
this up for a
sure.
sec? Because this is the reason that I'm not, the reason you say Nazis is because look at how Bovino.
Are there no live streams of protest? There was. I was literally watching them, but all the live streams have ended, and now they're all playing stuff from yesterday. Maybe I don't know if the protests are over, but I can't fucking find anything live.
That he wore the other day.
Seems suspicious a little bit.
We have this up. Yeah, I mean, look at this. This is Nazi iconography. The jacket that he's wearing, he looks like an SS officer, and that's on purpose.
I was literally just watching stuff that was live, but
they're tweeting out Nazi.
a lot of it is like yesterday.
I got quoted in
Homeland Security.
I got quoted in Mediaite earlier last year for saying, "Hey, this codes very clearly to Hail Hitler and 1488 stuff." The night I got quoted in Mediaite, I got a bunch of attempts to log into my shit.
Well, the thing about protests and strikes is that this is gonna have to be like a general. When people say strike, they mean like organize with people in your community. But a strike is a personal choice. It is the desire. Like, you don't go to work, you don't go to you don't go to stores. You like do your best. Obviously, you have to like shop for groceries and stuff. But like, cancel subscriptions. Make it known with your money that you can't do that. Yeah, no, you can't do that. That's fucked up, Goliath. I'm so sorry you had to deal with that. Genuinely.
Really?
Yeah.
Well, I mean, to be fair, my understanding is that some of these Nazi uniforms were modeled on like Massachusetts State Troopers with the big boots. Is actually where that came from. I mean, so
okay,
you could just,
but obviously
maybe he's just being sentimental.
Yeah.
For another time in this country.
Right.
I mean, look. Fascists are never going to be the exact same fascists that they were in the past. Everybody has some new innovative twists. Back in the 1920s, you had to take a pillowcase.
Swear to God, every time you talk, Goliaths, you grow.
You can just have a mask and pull it up and then wear some Oakleys or something like that. There's innovations to the fascism that we have to account for.
Fascism is basically a murderous elite impulse against democracy, and it plays out in different ways. And like the sort of dissimilar, like the Nazis and Italians were more regimented in a military sense than we are now, but the impulse is the same. Like, why are we talking about immigration at all right now? It's because A, capitalism can't provide rising wages. It's all going to the top. And B, there is this... I lost my train of thought. Sorry. I looked at Brian and put me up on screen. But
beautiful.
Thank you.
Yeah, I mean, it's just their mission is an ultra-nationalist one to create purity. They're not just going after immigrants. They're going after refugees. They're going after. Just look at the way in which they're defining what an undocumented immigrant is. A search for undocumented immigrants. It's walking up to people of color with an accent or without an accent, and assuming from there, like, that's not the way that you're going to find all the undocumented people in Minnesota. Like, you're not going to find Irish people who've overstayed their visas, or Polish people who've overstayed their visas, or Ukrainians who have overstayed their visas. but this is about a sort of like a racial and national purity,
ethnic cleansing.
And the thing about, to finish the democracy point, Republicans have to find a story of why they keep losing every, besides the Kamala one, popular vote. And the big lie in this country is that it's illegals doing that. And everybody, even I know, that votes Republican still in North Dakota believes that shit. Believes that they're being replaced. Joe Rogan, he keeps talking about it. That's
We literally said 3 days ago that that's the plan.
We got to do. What are you going to do about it? That right there is the murderous impulse that gives us fascism now, because they can't win at democracy.
All right, before we go into the fun half, there's a couple of notes of pushback that are worth celebrating. Also, let me just say this: there were reports of people throwing water balloons at ICE officials in Minnesota.
In that weather?
In that weather. It's freezing cold, and the idea, I guess, is that, you know, if someone's get a lot of water on their coat, or
we're still seeing Minneapolis is getting like the National Guard. I'm still trying to find a live stream.
and just, you know, I gotta say, obviously, if an ICE person saw you throw a water balloon at them, they would be upset.
They could shoot you in the face.
Yes. And, like, you know, obviously.
The National Guard is apparently, the National Guard says,
floor of a building or something like that. Like, you were in a different locale and they were to come into your town, you could drop those water balloons down. It would be harder for them to find you. But I'm saying you're not supposed to do that. Yeah. And anybody who comes up with some type of like innovative way in which to find a way in which to get ICE officials wet in that cold. Oh, let's hear from Donald Trump on what is the reason why this mother of three should be shot in the face. They seem to be getting a little bit nervous about the idea, perhaps, of keep telling people that what you've seen over and over and over again on video is not true. That she was some dangerous person.
A domestic terrorist.
A domestic terrorist. Now they've just moved to like, well, you know, if you're going to be rude.
We've got We'll Be Right Back on Fox.
He does this repeatedly. He did
But
this
it's all
with Venezuela.
been press conferences. I want on the ground.
Narco terrorists. That's our pretext. That's our pretext for bombing Venezuela.
If anybody can find live on the ground stuff, let me know.
But Trump will go out there and say it's for the oil. Their line on this has been that she used her vehicle, Renee Good, the mother who had just come back from dropping off her kid, as a weapon. By the way, apparently like gonna leave her wife out, made that split-second decision and just gonna leave her wife out there after, you know, going to kill this ICE officer. That's what they want us to believe. It's just absurd. But they basically said, the Republicans, oh, he was in fear for his life, and she was gonna ram him with his vehicle. And then Trump says exactly what the reality is.
Do you believe that deadly force was necessary after watching all the footage of the days that passed? What's your assessment there?
It was highly disrespectful of law enforcement. The woman and her friend were highly disrespectful of law enforcement. You saw that? They were harassing them, were following for days and for hours. And I think, frankly, they're professional agitators.
But just disrespect.
And I'd like to find out, and we are going to find out, who's paying for it.
But just disrespect.
With their brand new signs and all the different things. But these are professional agitators, and law enforcement should not be in a position where they have to put up with this stuff. What that woman and what her friend and what their other friends were doing to law enforcement, not just ICE, law enforcement is outrageous.
That's a tell there that ICE is unpopular when he has to say law enforcement, not just ICE.
And also, I mean, he's indicating there, I mean, this is before we had the story that the FBI is investigating her activist ties. As a professional agitator in her Honda Pilot.
Oh, it's like yesterday still.
I mean,
and the dog in the background.
It is, I think this is going to be difficult for them to push too. I mean, there is a certain amount of panic on the right now because they realize, I mean, I think some of them are actually sort of surprised that maybe people aren't on board with this stuff, because I do think that we're in a moment weirdly, I think that Rob Reiner was a moment where Trump shed some of his support. But I also think this is really hurting them.
Yeah.
And they're not going to show it. But here's Greg Gutfeld on Fox News. Again, this is the line that they are shifting to. That this isn't, none of this was real. It was all manufactured. It was all astroturfed. Nobody really cares about this stuff. This woman was clearly a professional agitator. You could see all the professional accoutrements she had there.
Her and her friend. I mean, I'm sorry, but never has Trump sounded
And no
like an old
meaningful
man.
coordination with local officials. The militarized forces who are not trained in our local laws, not trained in community-based de-escalation, and do not know our neighborhoods or our people. This is a recipe for disaster, confusion, and dangerous mistakes. Our communities are not a stage for political theater. If this administration wants to partner, then act like it. Share the plan, respect local law, and work with us, not around us. Unfortunately, Kristi Noem, our secretary, had to leave in the middle of a very important conversation to go and talk about dismantling FEMA, a discussion we'll have at another time that for the life of me, I simply can't understand why we would want to decentralize the Federal Emergency Management Agency, an agency that is needed more now than it was needed when it was first created, as natural disasters continue to happen more often than ever before in places it's never happened before. But nonetheless, if she were here, but she's not, I'll ask her chair. Secretary Noem, I recently stood with local elected leaders from the city of New Orleans and our mayor-elect, Helena Moreno, as they urged DHS agents to commit to transparency, due process protections, identifiable federal agents, safeguards against discriminatory enforcement, and humanitarian protections. I would ask her if she were here, but she isn't. Ma'am, will you commit
That's weird.
your department to uphold these values during the current operation in Louisiana? Apparently, they aren't doing that, but because I know both of you are capable of answering this question and are, in fact, civil servants that have demonstrated in your career that you do understand transparency, that you do understand the Constitution. So I'll ask you the question, do you think this request from our mayor-elect in New Orleans is a reasonable one? Is it reasonable to ask that agents commit to transparency, due process protections, identifiable agents, and safeguards against discriminatory enforcements? Yes or no? Do you think that's a reasonable ask? Yes or no? Is that reasonable?
Sounds reasonable, yeah.
Thank you. Do you think it's reasonable, sir?
Sounds reasonable.
Thank you. Secretary Noem, the masked officers you sent into the streets of New Orleans are attempting to arrest and abduct and detain anyone that looks like a migrant. I got to ask the question, what does a migrant look like? Do you know what a migrant looks like, sir? Yes. Can you define what a migrant looks like?
I found the guy.
I cannot.
Thank you. Can you tell me what you think a migrant looks
I
like?
found the guy. The 70-year-old protester seen from the opposite side after he went into the tear gas-filled street deployed by ICE. Photo by I think this is the same dude. Dreamhaven Books?
As a new
Wait, no.
$50,000 bonus ICE agent. What does a migrant look like?
Looks like maybe they shut down their website, but
And you'd be on an intelligence-driven operation, which is what these ICE raids are. They're intelligence.
But if you were to say,
I think
a
this guy
guy
owns
wearing a
this
red
bookstore.
shirt, you would say the guy's wearing a red shirt and a purple.
Greg Ketter, owner of Minneapolis, is
You would never
Dreamhaven
give that
Books.
description.
Go and fucking support this
Give a
guy if you
description
can.
of what a migrant looks like. Can you give a description of what a migrant looks like?
We need to deploy ICE officers to stop people and ask them, and they go
So,
on intelligence.
I reclaim my time. You clearly don't want to answer my question, and that's unfortunate because the American
It's
people
this guy.
want to
It's
know
Greg
these
Ketter.
answers. We want to know. I've got a quick video I want to show before my time runs. Please.
He owns a fucking bookstore. What a hero. Genuinely.
Look at this. This is a stunning video from Louisiana. You hear that woman cry out. She's a 23-year-old running down the street away from the masked agents who are chasing her, repeating that she is a U.S.-born citizen, saying...
Stop. This is a United States citizen who's running away from ICE agents who, when she gets to her house and her husband comes out, they stop the chase. They clearly weren't chasing her for that. They appear to have been doing something nefarious. You know why? We can't tell.
Yeah.
Because they wear masks and they don't identify
Gentleman's
themselves
time's expired.
as agents.
Gentleman's time's
That's a
expired.
problem. Mr.
Gentleman's time's expired. I
I
recognize
yield.
the gentleman from Tennessee, Mr. Van Epps, for 5 minutes of questions.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you to the Secretary and gentlemen. Thank you for being here today at this critical hearing. I'm honored to be here.
Thank you all for joining me on all this. I'm probably not going to be live for much longer,
And I've had the
but
privilege to serve this
see
country
who's
for
live
over
right now.
20 years in uniform. First as an active duty U.S. Army helicopter pilot with service with the 160th Special Operations Aviation Regiment, and currently serving in the Tennessee Army National Guard. And I'm honored to continue the mission from a new post with this distinguished committee. To our witnesses today, allow me to begin by expressing my appreciation.
Is this still live? I'm not sure if this is live, but I hadn't seen it yet, so I was watching it.
Does to ensure the safety and security of our great nation. I have just a couple of questions focused on emerging AI-enabled threats. Adversaries are already using.
I want to
Here
play
is,
this clip real
Graham
quick.
Plattner. There were reports that there were 200 ICE up in Lewiston, Maine. And Brian tells me that there's not necessarily a huge immigrant population per se, but there is a significant refugee population up in Maine. And understand, they don't care. This is not, it's never been about undocumented immigrants. It's never been about dangerous criminals. It has been about a uber nationalism, uber nationalism to purify the country from and get rid of people that are from what shithole countries, as Donald Trump called them.
Yeah, they're rounding up people at their ICE hearings. They are trying to strip people of temporary protected status, meaning they came to the country legally.
These
So
videos
it's
also,
never been about
the majority report includes
people's
lots
immigration
of
status. It's
information.
about their ethnic character. They're doing an ethnic cleansing with ICE as the Gestapo.
The protest stuff is already on the Dreamhaven Wikipedia page.
There
Awesome.
was a older Hmong guy who was.
There is a like
they sided with us during
a whole drafted letter that you can
war. No, don't care. Throw him out, bring him out in his
send
Crocs.
to all of
Drag him
your
out for 3 hours
senators.
Until you find out that actually.
Please, again, it's another thing. 5 calls. If you haven't seen that, 5calls.org here. You can choose. I mean, I was in Rochester, but you can change. You can find your location, find who is your representative. There are easy way. Like I could do this. I could do this actually on stream. Maybe next time we stream, I'll have my live number open, and then we'll use the time when we're not on the phone to do our calls to our senators and leave the calls about all of this. Stop ISIS. Like here we have a stop ISIS aggressive attacks on immigrants and citizens. Upgraded 124. Defund ICE here. We don't support political posts. Insane. Yeah, identity shouldn't be political. So call your representatives. You can call. It tells them it's like, hello, my name is this, and I'm a constituent from wherever you say. Like I was in Rochester before, so. I'm 70 years old and I'm fucking angry is now immortalized for as long as the Wikipedia page remains unvandalized. Fuck yeah. That guy rules, genuinely. I think, unfortunately, you do have to be careful where you like bring stuff up, just because it's not always the place. Sometimes people like there might be a location for you to post political stuff. Not everyone's gonna be as open. Like you can't just do it in general chat most of the time, right? There's time and place for such things. This shit does suck. And it's good that, like, I mean, obviously, you've seen longer than I have all this. I'm still just 20-something. So what do I know about the world? But I'm trying to do my part and to stand up against oppression. This is what I've been taught to do, right? Fair enough. I think a lot of the queer community likes to try to hide from the stuff that's going on. Unfortunately, I think we're so, like, exhausted by it always happening that, like, we don't want to pay any attention. But that's also really dangerous. That's, like, what they want to do. They want to fatigue us so that we don't, you know, keep it up. Yeah, this is other bullshit I've seen insurgents do. That makes, I mean, that is a powerful quote, right? This guy's a fucking hero. Like, these are the kind of people that I want to be like when I get older. These are the people that I want to grow up to be like. People that don't fucking stand for this bullshit. That's why I'm trying to be out here. I'm trying to give my voice to these movements. I'm trying to do what I can to stay educated, to stay informed, and to help the people around me stay educated and informed. Because this is not acceptable, and we should be paying attention to this stuff. And Goliath, they might be doing that in the prisons. We don't know. We're not allowed to look. We're not allowed to know what's happening in the prisons. Sorry, concentration camps. Internment camps. People do need places to go to de-stress. I think that's important too, right? It's not every place is the right place for stuff. But yeah. You know, we have to be careful. All right, I have been live for 4 hours. My voice is starting to hurt. So, I think, friends, that is enough coverage of this for today. Thank you for sticking with me on it. I'm going to send you over to something a little less stressful. How about y'all go over to Rabbit Bash? They're playing RuneScape right now. I will be back on Tuesday. Hopefully, unless anything super fucking crazy happens, they use what we don't know as a weapon. Knowledge is power, and they're using everything they have to keep us in the dark. Exactly. I think that's why the internet is so dangerous to this kind of person too, is because it allows for a widespread freedom of information that has never before been, like, available on that level. We've never seen freedom of information this widespread. It's impossible to control the narrative, which is why they put so many resources into trying. It's important to pay attention to. All right, friends. Thank you so much for listening to me talk. Thank you so much for being around for all of this, and I will see you all very, very soon. You know, stay informed, stay ready. I'll be back soon. So, stick around for the raid. Go say hi to Mad Rabbit for me. I think they're great, and now we're gonna play some RuneScape. So hopefully, take some time today. You guys have been here, being awesome, being informed. Take some time to rest, recover your brains, so that you can be back to being ready to help your fellow person tomorrow. Get some water in you, get some food in you, take care of yourself, you deserve it. You know, don't lose your humanity. Don't let the bastards grind you down, okay? I'll see y'all soon.